And is Vince on yet? I don't see him on my feed.
Shirley, I do not see member Casanova yet, and
he just texted me. He's waiting for Teams.
Okay. We'll have Jennifer connect with him and see if she can help him get connected.
Okay, that sounds good. If we're live, then we will go ahead and get started then. Oh, I guess we're missing Colleen also. We're going to give it just a couple more minutes so that we can solve some technical issues of getting the other two board members online here.
And Shirley, I can hear Jennifer on the phone with at least one of them, so I know she's working on it. Okay. And just as another reminder, we're still on, I'll talk about that some, but we're still in our office distancing protocol, so none of us are in the same room. So if there's anything from staff, we'll have to coordinate just because we're all in separate rooms ourselves. So.
Right. I apologize for the delay. We are just waiting to get a couple more members online here, having some technical difficulties. So we will get started hopefully in about 2 minutes. Yeah.
Shirley, member Castronova is going to dial in, so I would expect him to be on here shortly.
Okay. We're going to wait until 8:35 and then we're going to just start rolling.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is that you, Vince?
Yes. So apparently my computer doesn't work on this anymore. I did not know that. So I am going off my phone since my iPad is not charged. So there we go.
Okay. Well, now that it's 8:35, I will call this June 14th, 2021 board meeting for the Oregon State Marine Board to order. We are all working remotely, obviously. So the first item of business that we have here is the approval of the board minutes from April 14th. Is there any comments, corrections, or discussion?
This is Member Withy. I've reviewed the minutes and I concur as written, so I make a motion, we approve them as written.
I second, Member Jackson.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the board minutes as written from April 14th. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I can't find my cord.
Okay, so the motion passes. At this time, we are going to move on to public comment. We had 10 people sign up. And for those of you who are making public comment today, I'd just like to remind you that in the spirit of fairness, there will be a 2-minute timing for each comment period. When the timer goes off, you'll have approximately 15 seconds to wrap it up, and then you will be muted. Please drop off the call and rejoin the meeting via the link to watch if you'd like. So at this time, I would like to call Ray Thomas. Ray, are you on the call?
Chair Early, this is Director Warren. Do you have a phone number associated with that? I can see who's muted and unmuted, and I can, you just read the last four.
Yes, it's 503-704-2133.
We do not have anybody on with that number.
Okay. We will move on then to the second public comment. Jean Quincy, are you on? The last four numbers are 6913.
Chair Early and board members, on behalf of property owners and small motorboat owners who have sustained damages over the years, we ask a petition to repeal amendments to the Lower Willamette rule be denied. When the rules were adopted at the January 27th meeting, the board agreed to keep the rules in place for a minimum of 2 years. The board should stand by its decision. As a member of the Rules Advisory Committee, I can state that the Rules Advisory Committee was never intended to be a rule-making committee. That was not the purpose, and we were informed of that at the first meeting. Advisory committees are just think tanks. Within the group, there were many options and ideas presented, but nothing was ever agreed upon by the group as a whole, and staff took all of the ideas into consideration as part of their overall process. Staff led a thorough, thoughtful, and comprehensive public input process, which included the RAC information, a survey of voters and homeowners, which showed that the majority agreed there should be surfing restrictions and distance restrictions from property from Willamette Falls to Waverly, input from municipalities, input from environmental groups, business groups, boating groups, riverfront organizations, marinas, and endless hours of online testimony and review of letters and emails. Many, many hours of work went into the decision-making process, and ample opportunity was given for public input. Staff also considered, with the property distance rules, current rules in place in the Newburgh Pool in order to maintain consistency between the upper and lower Willamette. The Newburgh Pool rules also went through years of public input process. Consistency is good practice. The board itself has had over a year to question, weigh in, and consider the rulemaking process. I believe that when the board tasks staff to take on a rulemaking process, the board needs to trust the process and be part of that process. Overall, it remains that the larger majority of the public agree that large, high-density wake-producing boats do not belong on the Willamette River. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I'd like to call the next person, and that is Renee Morgan. The last four digits are 3890. Do we have somebody?
Chair Early, this is Director Warren. I don't see anybody with that last four on their phone number.
Okay. We will move on then. The next name that I have signed up for public comment is Shane Rice. I do not have a phone number associated with that. Okay, we will circle back around to these that are not on here right now. Just give one more chance. Is Shane
Chair
Rice?
Early, I would just remind folks that are on the phone, if your name is called and you're on mute, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself. So be if you're on mute, *6 gets you off of mute, just in case some of those have called in on a different number and we're not seeing them.
Okay, so *6, Shane Rice.
Hi, this is Ray Thomas. I'm joining now.
Okay, if you are here at the very beginning, so you will have 2 minutes for your public comment. When the timer goes off, you'll have approximately 15 seconds to wrap it up, and then you will be muted. Please drop off the call and rejoin the meeting via the link if you'd like to continue watching. So Ray, go ahead and go.
Okay.
Forward.
All right. My name's Ray Thomas. I live in Portland, Oregon. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today. I opposed the petition to repeal the amendments. Since May 1st, I have been on the water in the affected area between Waverly Marina and the Hawthorne Bridge. And I believe that actually the petition to terminate the new rule has had a deleterious effect on the enforcement of it, because many people are confused about whether since May 1st the restrictions are in place or not. I believe that the petition was, or that the rule was properly enacted, and our job at this point is to help people learn about it. I've had on a number of occasions conversations with boaters who are towed water sport folks who are either not knowing about the rule, or they had read that through Families for Boating and other organizations that the rule was challenged, and were under the mistaken impression that it has not yet gone into effect. I think that I'd request that the board expeditiously review and deny the petition so that we can focus on getting the word out to boaters. The few boaters I have talked to about it who don't know when they're trying to set up or tow a toy or engage in a water sport have been very cooperative in terms of moving down south of Waverly or north of the Hawthorne Bridge. And finally, I'd say that now as the water's warming up, we're hopefully going to be seeing the dragon boaters get out soon and more swimmers in the water. And with many folks like the Human Access Project, we're encouraging people to recreate who are not motorized water sport folks, but instead human-powered users. And if you've noticed the demographics in the last few years, and I know that this has been considered by the board, you'll see that the demographics are such on the Portland waterfront that we have many, many, many more non-motorized water users in this section of river. It's a very congested.
The time limit was reached on Ray, but thank you for calling in to make public comment. Circling back, is Renee Morgan on the line? You can hit *6 to be able to unmute yourself. Okay, Shane Rice. Moving on, do we have Matt Radich on the line?
Hello, Matt Radich is. Hi, Matt's here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Chair Early and members of the board, thank you for taking the time to consider our comments today. This is Matt Radich. I am president of Active Water Sports and an avid river user. I support the petition to revisit the rules for the lower Willamette. We have already seen customers sell their boats and other things that have affected our business because of these new rules. And I don't want that trend to continue. I'll really try and be as brief as possible. But the most important thing I want you to know is that it is okay to revisit these rules that you have currently in place. We've supported a different proposal that is out there that is much more equitable to boaters, and it addresses even more, I believe, safety issues than we're looking at now. I urge you guys to vote yes and reopen rulemaking for this stretch of river. Please don't disregard it because it may be confusing to change the rules again. I think having the right rule in place, something we can all get behind long term, is more important than keeping a rule that's not equitable or not fair to all users in place. So as board members, I think it's your responsibility to look at this and make decisions that are equitable to all groups, not just a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next on my list is Jesse Shu. The last four digits are 2057, but again, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is this Jesse?
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jesse Shu. My office represents parties who submitted a petition to repeal the new restrictions. The board has identified two purposes for the new restrictions: for safety and to protect private property growth. Throughout the rulemaking process, the board has appeared to be beholden to a narrow but well-organized segment of the public, and committed to advancing that group's agenda, which is to preserve for a select few at the expense of the broader boating public at all costs. In doing so, the board ignored comments from Portland Fire and Rescue and Clackamas County Sheriff that motorized boaters do not jeopardize safety and that the new restrictions will actually increase safety hazards for the entire river community. The board has also lacked any objection to evidence for erosion concerns or that the new restrictions would alleviate the perceived problem. Instead of seeking empirical data to support these extreme restrictions, seeking input and listening to public safety officials with the requisite expertise, the board relies solely on anecdotal, self-serving comments from one narrow segment of the public while ignoring contrary concerns from individuals and businesses that do not share that agenda. The board's obligation to the public requires more. In our written comments and petition to repeal the rule, we cited various statutes and regulations that require the board to seek to preserve the universal right of the public to use the Willamette for boating to the greatest extent possible, to resolve user conflicts with management before restricting public use and enjoyment, and to fully analyze and reduce the harmful economic impact of businesses. As Matt just testified, and that as the board has correctly recognized, the new restrictions will negatively financially affect small businesses in Oregon. They already have. But despite acknowledging these harmful impacts, the board failed to seriously consider any alternatives that would enhance the goals while reducing the impact. And to be sure, alternatives to the new rules do exist. A robust alternative has been proposed that includes additional protections for swimmers and paddlers in congested areas and provides paddlers with a window for exclusive use of the rivers free from boat traffic. The alternative would adequately protect motorized and non-motorized users in floating homes, and it would
I'm sorry, Jesse, but your time was up. We will move on now to Aaron Fellis. The last four digits are 5737. And again, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself. Just a reminder also that when the timer goes off, you have approximately 15 seconds to wrap up. Each person is allotted 2 minutes. Aaron, are you there? Okay, let's move on then. We will go to Steve Blackmore. The last four digits are 9580.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Steve Blackmore. I live in Oak Grove in the Milwaukee area. I live on the Willamette, and I'm an active recreational user of the river. I'm calling in today to support the new rules to prohibit wake surfing in the lower Willamette. Wake surfing here is not appropriate. It's not a reasonable use in our section of the river. Our river section is too narrow and too crowded and too residential for this use. And I want to be clear that I'm not against traditional boating or standard boating navigation. What I object to, and I've talked to many, many people who agree, what we all object to is the introduction of boats that add ballast to create an intentionally large and a dangerous wave or a wake. And this wake force is very damaging to other river users, to private property, and the river habitat itself. So these people that want to surf, they should go elsewhere and find an appropriate location. I did hear the prior testimony. It basically requests a more gentle regulatory scheme. The problem is that doesn't address the fundamental issue here, which is the deliberate introduction of a damaging wave force. Our popular and narrow lower Willamette does not have the width necessary for these destructive waves to dissipate before they hit the shoreline, the private property here. It's even worse in my neighborhood, which is across from the Foothills Park, Lake Oswego, no wake zone, since that effectively cuts the river in half and makes these surf waves more destructive since they're unleashed closer to shore. I've seen many wake surfers within 50 feet of my boat lift, even this year after the regulations took place. So the bottom line is wake surfing is not an appropriate or reasonable use in this part of the lower Willamette, and we have to think about the collective good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Steve, for calling in. Next on the list is Aaron Patterson. The last four digits are 0274. You may need to unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hi there.
Thank you.
Dear members of the Marine Board, my name is Aaron Patterson. Thank you for carefully considering revisiting the recent rules. As a homeowner on the Willamette, I've heard firsthand how Portland has got it wrong, and they've really overstepped this time. Outside of Portland, the voices are even more concerned with the level of ownership taken on our public river when there is no research to support taking away boat sports usage. And I want to be clear, this isn't about large wake boats or wake surfing. It's about all boat sports that are restricted. I'm asking that we get it right this time and listen to the broader voices that enjoy the multi-use, collective use of the river, and that we stop making this political and find a way to share a river. This isn't about non-motorized craft that needs miles and miles shut down to share the river. This isn't about some homeowners that don't like dock upkeep and would rather point their finger. And this certainly isn't about the inaccuracies that I continue to see misrepresented at our state level. It's about equity and how we can truly share the river safely. Boat sports is not the cause of erosion or the cause of dock damage. I hear such dramatic tales, and it's shocking because this is the state of Oregon. I live in a no-wake zone. However, we've seen the most erosion we've ever seen on our riverbank this past winter due to flooding. This is a public waterway. It's the same river that sees barges and will likely open up the locks and see more commercial traffic and continues upriver. So the public can no longer pretend that this is not even about boats that cause issues, but boat sports specifically. I'm asking the Marine Board to be inclusive of all river users and reconsider the plan put forth to the board in January that was voted for consideration. This plan doesn't take away rights without data. However, it does create protections for certain groups with fairness and an understanding that all groups need to work together on the river, especially because now we have a concentrated amount of boat traffic pushed to the Willamette Park, the one area where paddlers were trying to cross safely. In addition, our kids are pushed downtown to do toad sports in the Superfund site, a busy commercial shipping area with additional plans for a ferry and more shipping vessels. As a parent, I find that concerning and get scared for my kids. Accountability and safety started with multiple safety experts against zoning the river. The Marine Board also acknowledged we don't have proper law enforcement for even existing rules. However, no educational or law enforcement measures have been undertaken according to the Marine Board's mission.
I'm sorry, Erin, but your 2 minutes was up. So we will move on to the next person who signed up for public comment, and that is Paige Stoyer. Paige, are you on the line? The last four
Can you hear
digits
me?
Yes, we can hear you, Paige. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
You have approximately 2 minutes.
Okay. Chair Early and board members, the petition and the alternative lower river plan that's again before the board was created by a broad coalition of river users and homeowners. And it does not attempt to dismiss the reality of user conflict. It offers real and fair solutions based on a multi-year collaborative process that we undertook. It also asks the board to pursue the very critical safety needs for all river users, which were unanimously laid out by your rule committee more than a year ago, which were increased education, better signage, and adequate rule enforcement on all boaters. You know, this plan gives rowers their own time on the water, which was something no other group has. Floating homeowners in Waverly Marina would have the same pass-through zone that they had been seeking, and the sailing club and all boaters going in and out of Willamette Park would get a slow no wake zone, which was something the committee agreed was badly needed and was supported across the board, but that was left out of the current rules. It's important to recognize that, of course, it's not just one type of boat that makes wakes, as the current restrictions pretend. All boaters using that ramp would benefit, especially novice paddlers putting in at Willamette Park, who can then cross more safely over to the Holgate Channel, where they've been given a large no-wake area. Those defending the current boating restrictions claim that the Marine Board did follow proper process, including by convening the rule committee. But I served on that committee along with 25 others, including river safety experts such as the harbor master and the sheriff. And I can say without question that most of us on the committee really feel like it was largely just for show to check that box. Because as Josh has stated, our committee unanimously said that what was needed was increased education and enforcement on the river for all users. And we're very alarmed that the Marine Board has ignored this fact. The lack of action on those critical safety needs has resulted in all of us being at continued risk, and choosing instead to single out and restrict motorized users in towed sports, including making inaccurate safety claims to do so. I really implore you to use this opportunity to work with the broader river community to listen to the unanimous safety needs that we're hearing, even on paddling social media pages, where they're saying these new rules don't address the actual safety issues of a lack of education or enforcement among all users. You know, they say they don't feel they're fair.
Okay, thank you, Paige. We will try one more time for Renee Morgan. Okay, Shane Rice.
Chair Early, this is Jennifer. Renee looks like she's just joining right now.
Okay.
Yes. Hello.
Okay, Renee, we are in the public comment portion of the meeting, and you had signed up for public comment. You would
Thank you.
You would have 2 minutes with a 15-minute grace period after the timer goes off. After that time, you will be muted.
All right.
So go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, Chair Early and board members.
We can't hear you, Renee.
All right. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hi. Thank you. I wanted to keep this very short. The testimony that we're hearing today is very much what you've heard all along in the past. And I think really, well, I want to look just closely at why we are even considering a petition. Are you hearing me all right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say that I oppose the petition because there are just frankly no reasons for us to take it up again in rulemaking. There's no substantive information that's been brought forward to justify restarting a year and a half of the most comprehensive rulemaking I think ever undertaken by the board. The rules are in place. They are working. 1,000 rack cards have been sent out to the community. The signage is all up, and we're starting to see differences here on the pass-through zone. I would like to say the most important thing that enforcement tells us is consistency in the rules and the length of time that they are on the river. Those are the things that determine whether we can enforce them and whether they're working. So we need to leave them where they are. We need to try them out for a couple of boating seasons, and then we need to go back and evaluate. I urge the board not to re-up this petition and to continue forward and let us try it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. Shane Rice.
So we need
Aaron Fellis. All right, I would like to thank everyone who took the time to public comment through our interesting venue of meetings now, and also to everyone who utilized our other public comment venues. So we are going to go ahead and move on now to our agenda items. If you had joined us for the public comment, please drop off the call and rejoin the meeting via the link if you'd like. So we are going to move on to item A, which is the director's agency report. However, just prior to that, I had requested that I would like to be able to present some coins to some of the staff. I was hoping to do this when we had an in-person meeting, but since that hasn't happened in quite some time, I finally gave up, and I would like to go ahead and present some coins to some of the staff. I did notify Jennifer that I had a few to give, so. These are primarily going to be going towards the boating safety. I would like to give a coin to Randy, Eddie, Brian, Marianne, Cindy, Ginger, and Jessica. The Boating Safety Division has worked extremely hard, especially through this pandemic, and under the leadership of Randy has been able to traverse these trying times and still put on schools, still get out information. I could go on and on about each individual person and everything that they have done in order to accomplish these feats. But I would just like to present a coin to each and every one of them and just let them know how much I appreciate all their hard work. And I know that Jennifer has those ready to give out at the end. So in addition, I would also like to present a coin of appreciation to Josh Mulholland and also to Dorothy Deal for their work, especially during these meetings and during the during the pandemic and all of our technological issues and presenting things to the board that have been so important for us to see. So I would like to have those presented to them as well. And finally, my last coin I'd like to present to Jennifer, because Jennifer is the one who keeps us all going. She's the one who answers every question, solves many of these technological issues, including for myself. And I just want Jennifer to know how much we appreciate all her hard work. And Laura, I think that you had a coin you wanted to present.
Thank you, Chair Early. Yes, I'd also like to present to Josh, and I believe his name is Joe, the GIS and mapping coordinator person. Basically for going above and beyond for the past, what are we at now, 18 months on the lower Willamette, and showing us the different layers of river widths and really giving us a lot of the information and contacting agencies to find out their opinions about the proposed rules, and just really making a whole lot of information available to this crew. So thanks to the two of you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so now we will move on, and Director Warren, it is your turn.
Chair Early, members of the board, Director Warren, just have a few things that I'd like to add. First off, I would echo everything that you all just shared about the great staff that we have. We're pretty lucky, I think. A lot of people are surprised when they find out we only have 39 people behind the scenes that are doing all the work that we do. And while we often hear about a lot of the negative things, because that just seems to be what becomes before the board, there is not a week that goes by that I don't get something from some other organization or entity about the great work that our team's doing. So appreciate you all taking the time to recognize folks. Couple things. One, you know, we always talk about water and drought and all those things. And I know we just had a weekend where the rain dumped, but this is a bad one. We're getting calls, I think it feels like daily, maybe it's hourly at this point, of reservoirs that are just not going to fill, ramps that don't reach the water, ones that do reach the water that they find out they have a big hole in them halfway between because it's areas that haven't been dry in a long time. And so this is going to be a tough year for recreation. Particularly, there's a little bit of a have and haves nots, right? So some parts of our state are okay, but our Central Oregon and southeast corners and even the southern corners are struggling, and that might push recreation into smaller areas. And so unfortunately that could lead to some more conflict in some areas. But as you can imagine, you know, Janine is already working hard with all the facility people to see if we can turn something negative into a positive by doing anything while there is no water. We're already working on messaging and trying to tell people where they can go and make sure that we're coordinating with law enforcement on safety. So it is a bad water year. The aquifers are empty. It's going to take a lot of water to change that, and that probably won't come through rain. That'll be snowpack, hopefully next year. The other piece I would want to add is just that, you know, there's a lot of information on kind of as we ease out of the pandemic restrictions. And I think the easiest way to always remember it is the state's got an obligation to administer the government. And so a lot of times what you read in the papers is sort of that idea of like this restriction's being lifted or that one's being added, or this is, you know, I think everybody's eagerly hoping that someday some of the mask restrictions will get eased up. Some of them already have been. But then we also have an obligation as an employer where we have to decide how we're going to act as an employer. And as an employer, and that's what I'm going to speak as today, we've set a timeline for ourselves across the state that September 1 is the day that we will have all state offices reopened to the public. There's some negotiation on that just in terms of timing and what makes sense to some agencies, even just little things about, you know, parents that are trying to get their kids back to school for the first time in a year and a half outside of the home, or, you know, kind of new world that we're in. And so, but generally, we should be reopened to the public for walk-ins by September 1. We are working with staff on any measures that they think will help them feel comfortable and secure working the front desk. You know, I think we'll see some of the things that you see other places, some plexiglass and things like that. And then between now and September, each manager is working with their team to develop a back to work plan. And the hard date is that September 1 getting open to the public, but we'll see some transitions. So in the next few months between now and September, some folks might start working in the office a little more as restrictions are lifted. Some folks may need a little longer glide path. And generally, when we look ahead, we envision an office much like what I imagine many of you are hearing, for those of you still out in the workforce, which is the kind of a hybrid situation where people will be in the office some and they'll be remote some. That'll be the more norm. And then the outliers will be folks that come in the office every day and people that never come in the office. So that'll be your outliers. So probably more hybrid and a little bit of that. But we have some job duties that really require folks to be in the office. We have some job duties that allow people to be in the office a little less. So we'll be working on that. But despite whatever restrictions get lifted between now and September, state offices will remain, we're targeting that September 1 for reopening the public walk-ins. But we're serving people online. We're serving people through the mail. We're serving people through email, phone. So people can continue to get good customer service. So, and then finally, this one's a hard one. And some of you know this, but Rachel Graham has been with the agency for over a decade. She's had multiple positions. She's just done a ton for our agency in policy, budget, finance over the last few years. Has decided she's going to move back to New York where her family is at. And it's a great move for her, but it's just hard to see her go. She's become one of those with her policy background and now kind of the inner workings of the agency on the business service side, just a really valuable asset for our agency. So she's moving, I think the week after next. Her last planned physical day in the office is the 18th this week. And then she's going to continue to work remotely for us through August, which will allow us some time to recruit her replacement and also get us through a biennium changeover, which in the financial world, as you start to close out one and start a new one, some consistency is very important there. So Rachel's going to be really missed, and I have a lot of respect for her and her she's an incredible person. So sad to see her go, but that'll be a change definitely for our organization. So with that, I take any questions.
I'd just like to say that I'm going to be sorry to see Rachel go. I've been here for most of the time when she has gone through all these different positions, and she brings such professionalism and class to every one of those positions. And so she just needs to know how much we have appreciated her and her diligence. We will definitely miss her statistical analysis. Craig,
Yes.
I think you had something you wanted to say. Questions?
Yeah, I have a number of things. I want to echo the appreciation for Rachel and wish her all the luck. She's been an invaluable resource to this board for a long time, and I think we'll dearly miss her. So, but good luck to her and all the best. I have a couple comments on the director's report. First, I'd like to acknowledge Lynn County and the staff for working with that disabled rower and trying to provide accommodations to make life a little easier as he pursues his boating enthusiasm. And I would encourage the staff as they develop the accommodation to serve his needs, that they look how they can move those to other locations and provide similar accommodation at other facilities. Next, I would like to talk about the boat ramp conditions at Lake Sutton and I don't know if I can pronounce the other lake, Ta-Ken-Nit-Chit. That's not even close, but we have some very poor conditions and look like hazardous conditions, yet we say it's going to take 2 years to do anything. That's concerning to me. I wonder if there's another course of action we can take to have more urgency in responding to their needs. So I pose that question to Janine.
Okay, Member Withey, members of the board. So the Forest Service has closed Sutton Lake boat launch for trailered boats because of the serious conditions. We are working with them to find a short-term solution that will essentially bridge the process to go through the permits. I haven't had an opportunity yet to talk to the board about the permitting process, but every permit generally has 14 to 21 different state, federal, and local agencies commenting on it. There is an average of 3 to 5 different permits, certificates, clearances that have to be obtained, as well as we consult with Oregon's 9 federally recognized tribal governments. And when you're a federal agency, you have some additional requirements on top of it. Sutton Lake is an ESA or endangered species listed waterway. There is coho that actively spawn up Sutton Creek, and unfortunately when this boat ramp was originally installed, which we believe was around the early 70s, late 60s, the ramp was placed right at the confluence with Sutton Creek, which is a highly critical area. So we are working with the Forest Service to come up with a short-term Band-Aid as we pursue a longer-term solution. And then Taconite also has a lot of sensitivity for tribal first foods, for cultural resource, for spirituality. So we also have to be very cognizant of working with the tribes in that area. And there are also some protections there. So this isn't great. And this is why we try to work with facility owners to have them come to us in advance. If they have a bad ramp now, it's going to be even worse in 3 to 5 years, which is the typical permit process to replace a boat ramp. So it's sometimes very challenging to have facility owners think about, hey, it's kind of okay now, but I need to plan for what it's going to be like in that time frame. And in this case, it's just very unfortunate that this forest has had a lot of change of leadership and a lot of change of priorities. And now that we're in some of the worst conditions, it's now become a priority. So, you know, those aren't great answers, Member Withey, but they are the best ones I have right now.
Well, thanks, Janine. At least we're looking at some temporary measures to minimize the safety problems. The fire at Chinook Landing, that's very concerning, of course. I don't know if there's anything that could be done to avoid it, but I am concerned about what response the board might need to take to avoid that happening in the future. I think the cause was probably fumes that had gathered in the boat that led to the explosion. I'm just wondering if maybe we could educate people better or put more signage up to make sure they ventilate the area properly before trying to start their engine.
Sure, member Withey, that boat, I don't know that we ever got the definitive. I think they, you know, the explosion probably made it hard to do too much postmortem on that, but it's probably a safe assumption that a blower wasn't used in that situation. In that case, the family had purchased the boat either the night before or the morning of. I think it was the morning of, and this was their first launch with that boat. We do, as part of our boater education course, there's almost always, well, there is a piece in the material about blowers and using those. And then you know, and then it potentially would come up as a test question, but I know it's part of the course material on blowers. And so we can continue to do outreach and education on that. And it was just, I mean, I am so grateful that the mother and daughter involved in that had forgotten something in their truck and had to walk back up, because had they not, that would have been a very different story we would have been dealing with.
Well, yeah, when something like this happens, I just want to make sure the board addresses it and does whatever possible to avoid it in the future. We were very, very fortunate there wasn't another boat in the vicinity or other people on the dock. So we came out lucky in this instance. So I just want to make sure we're doing whatever we can to avoid it in the future.
Sure.
I would like to also acknowledge the Lower Columbia River Estuary Partnership. I think what they're doing is super. One of the goals the board has is to look for diversity in the boating community, and I think this is a great way to do that. So I'd like to acknowledge what they're doing. I really respect what they're about. On the Port of Toledo, Janine, looks like they're finishing up, and I just want to know if they've now fulfilled their obligation for the big funds that we provided on the project.
Not yet. So they have finished all of their design, and the permits are going to be submitted in. We believe the permit process will take them a little over a year because all they're essentially doing is going to be driving 2 new piling to anchor the boathouse. So as soon as we get the permits and we can get it moved, then they will have met those obligations. The port has done a lot of additional work to try to promote cruisers, short-term tie-up, people coming up into the river and exploring Toledo. I think they've got a lot of pieces in place, but COVID has also impacted some of the things that the cruising community likes to do. They like to go upland. They want to go do things, and so many things have been closed that it's kind of put a damper on some of the efforts the port has been doing.
Thanks, Janine. I'd like to acknowledge Tillamook County Sheriff's Office for the Rescue Max launchers. I think that's a great idea. I would like to see them in operation, and I'd like to know if there's other applications we can use them in. Any opportunity we have to help people when they're in danger, I think is what the board needs to be about. So I really want to acknowledge what they're attempting to do there in Tillamook County. And then I'm also interested in the underway remotely operated vehicles. It was my understanding that those were primarily ocean type vehicles that were used to rescue or recover people who unfortunately drowned or had a boating accident. But if we can use them other applications, I think that would be super. So I'm curious about how we can utilize those and how much the board is involved with the ROVs.
Board member Withey, if Randy's on and wants to fill in some, he can feel free to jump in. I know I'm starting to hear them more when I get out and about. I think a lot of times it ends up being the fire departments, the search and rescues that have those. And while we sometimes interact with them at our trainings, we don't necessarily provide them the funding the way that we do the Marine patrols. But I think, you know, for instance, I was just at a local lake last week where there really isn't a Marine patrol presence, and their fire departments got some of that equipment that can be unmanned rescue device. So I know that's an area where Brian Paulson, that I know that he's worked with the board on issues. I know it's an area he's got special interest, and I know Randy's been looking at that. And it stands to reason that as boat platforms get more expensive and boaters spread out doing more things, that those will start to become more used in the marine rescue world.
Thanks, Larry. Chair Early, that's all I have.
Thank you, Member Withey. Anybody else? Vince?
No, can you still hear me? I'm not sure if I have this thing on correct.
Yes, we can hear you. So
Okay,
whenever you need to unmute yourself, you just hit *6.
Okay, well, I have mute on my phone. I just have contractors here, and they will be setting off my dogs anytime. So I'm just letting you know. Okay.
Well, we'll check in with you periodically then.
Sounds good.
Laura or Colleen? Okay. Just a couple of comments. I attended the first day of Academy over in Jefferson County, and I have to say that Jefferson County was an incredible host for our Marine Academy once again, and the access that they provided, the facilities that they supported, and the sheriff and everyone that was there were really wonderful hosts for us. And so it's nice to see that. And good luck to Eddie and Randy and the crew of instructors who are down in the White City area today, who are kicking off Drift School, which we have sorely missed for the last couple of years, or at least a full year. So, and just one other comment is that when I went over to Madras for the academy, drove the Mackenzie River there, and then came back and stopped and saw my father who lost his home along the North Santiam. And it is very, very difficult to explain the devastation in both of those areas. Pictures truly do not do it justice. So the challenges and the staff at the Marine Board that are putting out the notifications of problems on waterways, very much appreciate that. And also the continued work on some of those ramp areas and trying to get them reopened. I know that it's not going to be a short-term process. So anyway, just kudos to everyone who's working on that. And if you haven't seen those areas, I would encourage you to take a look. So that's really about all I have too on the director's report. If there are no further comments, then we will move on to the facilities grants. Director Warren, were you all good on that? Did you want to make any additional comments?
Chair Early, just wanted to echo Board Member Withey's comments about the work Lynn County's doing. Former Board Member Brian Carroll, you know, they built the boats that were wheelchair accessible and then found out maybe loading was a challenge and got everybody together to just figure it out. And I think that's oftentimes what's needed, is rather than us sitting in a room trying to determine what might work for someone in a wheelchair, Brian did what he always does, which is gets everybody together and just figure out how to make it better. So those that don't remember, that's former Board Member Brian Carroll. So just really want to appreciate his continued partnership. So.
I would echo that too. I had it on my notes and didn't look at those. So the same with the Lower Columbia. So thank you, Member Withey, for bringing up both those points. Okay, let's move on to facilities grants and Janine Black. We've got a couple of different sections, the deferred blocks, and so I'll just let you take it away here.
All right, thank you, Chair Early. For the record, Janine Black, Boating Facilities Program Manager. I wanted to let the board know, I'm sure you didn't count them, but collectively between the applications, all the supplemental information, and our staff reports, each board member read nearly 1,400 pages. That's a pretty impressive amount of reading, as well as all facility program staff. And then we have evaluation help through Brian Paulson, Marianne McKenzie, and Josh Maholam to help with the grant ranking. So I wanted to just give a big, thank you for that, because it is a heavy lift. And then I wanted to give a little bit of a heads up. We are seeing some pretty massive material price changes, as well as materials are getting to be significantly delayed. We got word last week that aluminum sheet went from $2.75 a pound to $4.69 a pound in less than 30 days. That's a pretty dramatic change. We're seeing issues with concrete materials. So all of our precast concrete restrooms, the boat ramp planks, there's delay in getting some of the materials in, as well as fiberglass decking. I just got word from two of the more prominent plastic non-motorized dock fabricators that their normal lead time of about 90 days is now pushed to close to 5 and 6 months for material. So, we're seeing this come through in a lot of different ways. I'm hoping it's going to right size as people start returning to work and we start seeing some of the restrictions lifted for some of the fabrication plants and the trucking materials getting through. So I just wanted to give the board a heads up, because the aluminum cost really shocked us when we got word that that's what it was from two different dock manufacturers. It really caused us to take a really deep breath. because it's going to also impact the boating safety program with the boat fabrication, with the way the price is going. So, you know, it's a pretty volatile market right now, and we've been seeing it, and it's here. So to begin the consideration, you'll see that the applications are in ranking order, and the cutoff was 280 points. This was a very competitive cycle. Sometimes it came down to just a couple points here or there. And what really made the difference when I did some evaluation of the different questions was how much cash they brought to the table and what the status was of their permits, as well as the public comment process. We did have an increase of comments. The difference between our first cycle and this one is pretty much everybody's comments are very supportive. And I think that really shows that this process is, people are becoming familiar with it. We get a lot of compliments on inviting the public to participate through this process. I think it was a very good choice to do this because some of the information that is coming out of it is actually very important as we are evaluating the applications. And I did let the board know that Baker County has requested to pull their application number 1685 from the deferred block, and it will move to the bottom of the individual consideration. So it will come right after Shady Cove 1696. And you have the budget information. Now, if the board is uncomfortable awarding more than 70% of the waterway access grant funds, that means grant number 1687, Lucky Amute Landing, would not be funded, and grant 1696, Shady Cove, would not be funded, and that would put us back within that 70%. Are there any questions? Yes. Member Withey?
This is Member Withey. Did we set 70% as a limit, or why did you raise that?
That is just our guidance. Is we try to break the grant funding into 3 cycles, with the bulk of the funding going out in our cycle 1 to give applicants the full 2-year biennium. Some projects will need the full 2 years to successfully be completed. I did want to just flag that. Now, I have had discussions with Director Warren about a possibility of asking for a one-time e-board increase of waterway access funds, because we, you know, it's a new program. We didn't know what the revenues would look like, and we received more revenue than what was anticipated during this current biennium. So we actually over-realized what we had anticipated. And whether or not we could go to an e-board request to allow a spending limitation to spend some of that additional money.
So if we spend more than 70% now, that means there's less for later.
Correct. Yes. So right now we would be spending a targeted about 101,000 for cycle 2, and we'd have about 43,000 for cycle 3. So are there any other questions on this portion? If not, I'm going to recommend that the board approve the 5 remaining grants in the deferred block to defer those per the staff recommendations. So that would be grant 1673, the National Center for Cold Water Safety, grant 1689, City of Siletz, grant 1690, City of Umatilla, 1693, City of Independence, and 1694, City of Sutherland.
This is Member Withey. I move that we approve the deferral of those grants. I hesitate to read off the numbers again, but it's in accordance with what Jeanine just stated.
Second.
This is
Member Moran.
Member Castronovo, and I could second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and multiple seconds for that motion. I just like to comment, you know, I've been to the City of Independence and I've also been to the City of Sutherland, both those facilities. I would encourage them to follow the guidelines that Janine has set out in those. I would like to see those grants, you know, come back before us, being deferred like this. Any additional comments or questions for Janine on the deferred block?
This is Member Whitty.
Okay. Laura?
Go ahead, Member.
Okay, this is Member Jackson. I would also like to comment about the cold water safety application. That's an area that's been on the forefront of our discussions, both here as the board and also within a lot of the water sports community, locally and nationally. We need that kind of information out there, so I definitely want to encourage the folks behind that to come back with a more detailed application, because it's definitely information that needs to get out within our state.
I would agree with that, especially with the amount of activity we've seen increase on the water within the last year and a half. So, Member Withy?
Yeah, I concur with that. I feel it's very important that we move forward with some kind of program. And I ask that the boating safety part of our organization work with them to develop a more defined scope of work. But Janine, on all these projects, I assume that we're going to continue working with those locations and develop these projects for future funding. Is that not correct?
That is. Every one of these projects has potential, and they definitely have some areas that we recommend for them to improve and be more competitive. And that is one that we will work with them. This is one where we would work very closely with Randy and Marianne on what that scope would look like. Marianne has that expertise with her education programs, and so she would play a key role in developing that scope of work and working with them to refine what that program would look like.
Thanks.
If there are no further comments or questions, we would take a vote on the motion to approve the deferred block of grants as recommended in our board book. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Vince?
I said aye.
Thank
I
you.
think Colleen's muted.
Okay.
Aye. Colleen was muted, but I saw her say aye.
All right. Thank you,
Okay,
board.
so, based on time right now, before we start into this next one, we're going to take just a short break. Coffee.
Sounds
about
good.
5 minutes at the tops.
Highly entertaining over conference call.
Vince, are you still here? Okay, Vince, are you back yet?
I am back.
Okay. So thank you. Sorry about that, Janine. We are ready to go again. So we are reconvening after our very short break. We will move on to individual grant applications. Janine Black.
All right. Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. Our first grant in front of the board today will be 1674. It's Douglas County at Amaker Park. I believe Rocky Houston, the Parks Director, is on the line. Rocky? If you're on the phone, it's *6. Okay, well, I'm not hearing Rocky, so I will do my best to represent this project.
Yep, there he is, Janine.
Wonderful. Rocky?
Can you hear?
Yes, but you cut out.
Hello? Yes.
Rocky?
This is Rocky. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Whew. Technology.
All right. So Amaker Park has been in front of the board for a couple different phases, and the county is now ready to do construction. It's taken us a while to get here. Department of Fish and Wildlife has identified that this was a priority for some of their funding, and they are working to get all of those agreements in place with the county as well. So staff is recommending this grant in the amount of $71,625 of boating facility grant funds and $71,625 of waterway access grant funds to match $618,750 of applicant match. That includes the money from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife and money also from the Umpqua Fishery Enhancement, which is some local dollars. So I don't have any additional comments. Rocky, do you have some?
I just want to let the board and Marine Board staff know that effective May 28th, we eliminated our parking fees to remove that barrier for access. So we're anticipating an increase in usage, and we look forward to moving forward with your guys' blessing.
Does the board have any questions?
Rocky, this is Val Early, and I had a question about the removing of the fees. I've been to the facility, it's really small. Do you anticipate that this increase in usage is going to cause additional congestion problems?
Yeah, today I'm anticipating a 25 to 30% increase across all of our day use facilities. We do have some additional day use parking within the rest of the park, and so I think this will help manage the use and help with some of that issue. There'll be more formal parking stalls once this project's completed, and then our staff would work to try to move passenger vehicles back farther into the park.
Do you have staff there on a pretty regular basis for when those vehicles are coming in to kind of help to direct them in case, I mean, when I've been down there a few times, there are people wandering around, they don't know where to park.
We have a 24/7 host. Actually, we have 2 hosts there right now. So they're a volunteer that's on site, as well as we have staff from our shop, which is just across the river. periodically throughout the day. We're trying to reorganize to make sure we're getting more peak time, weekends, afternoon staffing as well to kind of help with that.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would make a motion to approve this, approve the grant as written in the staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, any additional comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor of grant 1674 as presented in the staff report, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thank you very much, Rocky, for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. The next grant is 1675. It's with Boardman Park and Recreation District. And Ted, are you on the line? We can't. Are you there, Ted?
Yes, I'm on the line.
Wonderful. So this is one that has been in front of the board that staff had recommended to defer previously. We want, rather than replacing what is there, we wanted to take a more holistic look and try to come up with a better configuration that utilizes some of the existing infrastructure for ADA purposes and makes a better management tool for the district. So we've met with Ted, we've had some discussions on this project, and we basically, they need some help with some permitting. It's a very complex process. There's a lot of interest in anything on the Columbia, and staff has very limited resources. So we recommended that the district apply for funds to assist them through this permitting process. So staff is recommending grant 1675 in the amount of $45,500 of boating facility grant funds and $10,500 of federal boating infrastructure funds to match $21,000 of applicant match. Ted, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I just want to say, give my appreciation to you guys for all the work you've done for us in the past. And this project here is needed. I don't really have the expertise to do a permit myself. The last time one was done, we actually got it done before less than a year because we called our congressman, and that helped a lot. But yeah, I think this is the project. The overall project is needed. Like yesterday and Saturday, our boat launch parking lot was completely full with everybody, with a lot in overflow as well. And we're getting more use than we ever have before. So, and I appreciate the work you've done for us.
Does the board have any questions?
Yeah, this is Member Withy. Yeah, I am concerned about accessibility at this location. Looking at the photos, you can see you have to walk down steps to get down to the docks. So I want to make sure that we fully address accessibility. This has a potential of a very heavily used facility, and accessibility should be of a primary concern.
Member Withy, you're exactly right. We were looking at this to really as a way to improve accessibility and to make it easier for them to manage the situation. And to be honest, also cost. It just doesn't make sense to have 3 different gangways that are accessible. That's a lot of additional cost. And so we were trying to figure ways to streamline some things for them.
I appreciate that. I think we ought to always look at efficient use of funds and make sure we have a functional facility. But not go overboard with expending the funds and over designing. Thank you.
Is there any other questions?
I make a motion that we approve facility grant 1675 in the amount of $45,500 in bowling facility grant funds and $10,500 in federal boating infrastructure grant funds to match the $21,000 of applicant funds.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any additional questions or comments? The permitting process can be rather arduous, so I can see why they would want some help with that. So all those in favor, would you please say aye?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Ted.
All right, thank you.
All right, the next grant is 1676 with the city of LeGrand for Morgan Lake. Stu, are you on the line?
Hello, I'm no longer muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. So the city of LeGrand is actually a first-time applicant. We're really excited about this. It's an area. Morgan Lake is a small lake that's in a strategic location for residents of LeGrand as well as visitors. It has some unique opportunities with it, and I think some potential to make some future improvements to really enhance accessibility. The city has done a fantastic job of finding additional monies to cover the amount that is not related to boating. So staff really appreciates that as well. And Stu, do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, just appreciate the ease of application process. Staff has been very, very helpful. Appreciate that. And also the public comments. Well, the Marine Board, I think you all received 31 comments from our small team. This is a very loved recreational area. It's only a couple of miles out of town. So I think this community really rallies around it and shows that this is an important project.
All right, does the board have any questions?
I'm just curious, Stu, where your water is coming from. You know, we hear a lot about the drought conditions that are coming up this year, and the application says that water is relatively stable there.
Yeah, it's a unique location. Morgan Lake is spring fed. It comes from Sheep Creek underground through the basalt layers and up to the lake. It is a man-made lake from the early 1900s. It was originally built for electrical power in town and is spring fed. So it does drop maybe 4 feet a year on average. We have kind of a swivel dock that illustrates that, but it is relatively stable.
Thank you. Anybody else have some questions?
This is Member Withy. In the write-up, we talked about the Grand Ronde River. Is there any connection between Morgan Lake and the river?
No, there's not. Grand Ronde runs a separate area. Morgan Lake is relatively isolated up on top of the ridge where the river runs through the valley.
So the users in this project are just those on Morgan Lake?
Right, they specifically go up there. I mean, it is a 17% grade up the ridge, so you don't see giant RVs up there, but you do see lots of, non-motorized craft.
Thanks.
Okay. Is there any other comments? If not, staff recommends grant 1676 in the amount of $9,250 of waterway access funds to match $47,192 of applicant match.
I would make a motion to approve facility grant 1676 in the amount of $9,250 waterway access grant funds to match $47,192 of applicant match, which is incredibly impressive.
I second that.
Any additional comments or questions?
I'd just like to add, as somebody who served on the whole process of trying to get the waterway access permit program going, this is one of the kinds of projects I think that we were hoping to see come through this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Laura. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve facility grant 1676?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay.
Thank you, Stu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stu.
Thank you, everybody.
The next application is 1677 with the city of Tigard. And I believe Rick Ruin is on the line. Rick, are you there? All right, we can't hear you if you're there. So I'm going to go ahead and begin. Cook Park is on the Tualatin. This facility is fairly old. It was completed around the 96 flood. The docks are in some pretty horrendous condition, and it's going to take some design and engineering as well as the permitting to get new docks out there that are accessible. So the city has applied for a grant, and staff is recommending $3,900 of boating facility grant funds and $74,100 of waterway access funds to match $72,000 of applicant match. This is one of the few locations where small motorboats can access the Tualatin. Most of them, I would say, are probably the biggest boat I've seen there is a little 12, 14 footer, little aluminum, and it's generally all for angling purposes. There's a little pool in this section that is popular for bass fisheries. And so the city's done a pretty good job of keeping a couple spaces open for those trailered boats, but this is a heavily used non-motorized access. Rick, did you manage to connect? All right.
I saw him for a second.
So does the board have any questions?
Yeah, this is Member Withy. This is one of the designs that's very challenging for a person in a wheelchair. If you look at the bull rail in the pictures there, you'll see two 4x4s stacked on top of each other. So you would have to do a wheelie over the top of those 4x4s to get down into your boat. That's a real challenge, and we really need to discontinue that design of a bull rail. But you'll find out a lot of the old docks and gangways around the state. And so I'm encouraging and asking you to take a look at that to make sure we're not installing those in the future. I've tried doing that, and it's very challenging. Imagine trying to jump over the top of that and then falling into your boat. It's just an accident waiting to happen. So just want to make that comment.
Yeah, so Member Withy and other board members, the bull rails have been modified for several years to have gaps. The bigger ones that you see that are the 4x4, those are severely outdated. They're generally, I want to say, probably in that 15 to 20 year range and older. We now have a smaller, it's basically a 2x2 aluminum, and there are strategic gaps made in there to facilitate having no barrier there for people to go in and out of boats. And I will guarantee that this design will not have those around the entire docks. There will be openings throughout. So other comments? If not, I'm going to put one more call out for Rick. Rick, did you manage to connect? All right. Any other comments?
Would entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the board authorize facility grant 1677, the amount of $3,900 from the boating facility grant funds and $74,100 from the waterway access grant funds to match $72,000 of applicant funds.
Second. Okay, a motion and a second to authorize facility grant 1677. Additional comments or questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. I did see Rick try to get on and off, so thank you, Rick, for your perseverance.
All right. Grant number 1678 is Polk County, and I believe Matt Hawkins is on the phone.
Are you able
Okay.
to hear me?
Yes, thank you. So this is a project that has been in front of the board several times. We are now at the stage for construction. Permits are in hand. Everything is ready. And Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife has put forth $1.2 million toward this project. This is a strategic location for the Willamette Water Trail, as well as for numerous waterfowl hunters, anglers, and recreational boaters. So staff is recommending that this grant be approved in the amount of $350,000 of boating facility grant funds, $50,000 of waterway access funds to match $1,291,434 of match. And Matt, would you like to add anything?
I think the only thing I could add is just say thanks. It's been a long time coming. Lots of work has been put in by the staff at the Oregon State Marine Board. The board also has done a lot to help keep this project going, as well as Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and their partnership has been greatly appreciated.
Does the board have any questions?
House member with you, looking at the photos, I can see this is very badly needed. I have a hard time understanding how anybody uses the existing facility in this condition. So in that vein, I'll make a motion that we approve grant 1678 in the amount of $350,000 in boating facility grant funds, $50,000 in waterway access grant funds, to match $1,291,434 of funds provided. And that is quite impressive, by the way.
Yes.
I would like
I'll
to second that motion. Oh, we have 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Thank you, Vince.
Hey, you bet.
Okay, are there any additional comments or questions? I would echo Member Withy's comment about the impressive match, yes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And thank you, Matt, for being on the call.
Yes, thank you very much.
All right. Grant 1679 is with the Port of Columbia County, and I believe Scott Jensen, the port planner, is with us today. Scott, are you there? Okay, I can see you. It looks like you're muted.
Still can't hear you.
I'll go ahead and start. So the port is a very busy facility. There is a lot of non-motorized and motorized use. The port really took this to heart. We began conversations a while ago about how to disperse some of the use and separate areas of conflict between the different users. And they really took it to heart. I mean, they surveyed communities, they had meetings, they hired a consultant to develop some concepts and vetted it through a process, which during COVID is challenging. So I really have to give them a lot of appreciation for going above and trying to get some information to help guide a concept. They wanted to break this apart into kind of a design permitting and then to do some upland improvements and then come back and do the in-water. And staff had a discussion with them about some of our concerns with that. It's not unusual that the permitting agencies will alter a design. And we had some concerns that some of those alterations could impact the upland facilities that would have been already constructed, and we'd be tearing out some things that were already done, as well as some of the potential confusion with the users on how to use some of the new upland things without the in-water portion being done. So we recommended that this actually be broke into a design permitting phase and then a complete construction phase. So staff is recommending grant 1679 with $87,500 of boating facility grant funds and $87,500 of waterway access funds to match $175,000 of applicant match. So Scott, were you able to get audio?
Well, I'm joining you with the phone.
Yes, wonderful. Do you have anything you want to add?
You know, previously in the meeting, you've kind of hit all the highlights of the reasons for why and why now. Like one of the pieces is looking at repairing the boat ramp, and several years down the line before it really needs that, but this is the time to start planning. Yeah, you touched on the public outreach and how we've been trying to separate users, and you know, we've kind of reached the limit of what we can do on our own, and so that's why we're working on the grant with OSMB.
Does the board have any questions?
This is member with the whole layout of the ramp and docking area looks rather strange to me, and looks like it introduces conflict and confusion. Are we looking at that concept, or does that work for everybody now?
The design is what we have from when the facility was last had a major update in the mid-90s, I believe. And I don't know that there's a better solution that isn't like a bulldoze and rebuild, which is going to be way too big of a project.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. It does look very confusing to me. So I guess that's just a challenge.
It is. We have a lot of users that are regular users, so it's less of an issue for them. And we do have staff on site at this point. One full-time, and we're hiring a part-time staff for the summer.
Yeah. Member Withy, we did have discussions with the port about even picking up the non-motorized piece and relocating it somewhere else within the property. The challenge with it would be there is no property. If you're looking at the photo, basically on the other side of the marina, we are right butt up against the property line. If we go to the other side near their camping area, we've got a bunch of wetlands. And in the extreme sensitivity with the regulatory process to impact a wetland, it will be very, very costly, and we would have to mitigate like crazy. It just didn't make sense. What we're kind of hoping is somewhere in the future, there would be an opportunity to secure some additional property on the one side to actually make a bypass lane to help direct the cars to a different area to free up the travel lanes to the ramp. But right now, that just is not available. And this design concept came through a lot of public comment by both user groups in recognizing some of the constraints that the port has there. But it definitely is not, it is not what we would prefer to have, where we have all the competing use right at a very tight pinch point. But the port's done a very admirable job in getting those comments to help guide how to help separate some of that use.
Looking at the photos, it appears you can only use one side of the docks. I would think the water is too shallow because you don't see any boats on the other side. So I guess there's really nothing you can do about that.
No, the boat, are you talking about the transient ramp on the north side of the dock, or north side of the launch ramp? Yeah,
I'm talking about that.
There's not near enough space or depth most of the year. And we do talk to the property owner to the south probably every 2 or 3 years to see if they're willing to sell. They have not been.
Well, I can appreciate the challenges.
Yeah. Although the property owner, we are expanding our DSL leasehold to the south of where the docks are to accommodate where future the future upgrades, the fingers for kayak launching are.
Thanks.
I'm a little bit concerned about the timeline only because of the material costs right now and what we're going to maybe see as far as material cost increases. Janine, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that was my other thought, is there is such variability with the permitting process that really the design and the permitting needs to be done. I really am thinking the market is going to have some right sizing within a year. We should start seeing things come back to a more normal pricing for lumber, for aluminum. So I think that pushing the construction off makes a lot of sense right now, because the gangway they're proposing is, I want to say it's 10 feet wide, which, and that's an all aluminum gangway, but it would allow definitely passing lanes for people who are carrying non-motorized boats. And that cost, I mean, we've had some discussions with the consultant. It won't be inexpensive, especially where we're seeing $4.69 a pound.
So you're thinking it's going to work in our favor this way?
I do.
Okay.
Our main reason for separating the construction initially was to give users that here is something concrete we're doing now, and then we're going to follow up with the in-water work. But given the constraints and the material pricing, it does make sense at this point to put that off.
Any additional comments or questions? I would entertain a motion.
Member Withey, I make a motion that the board authorize facility grant 1679, the amount of $87,500 in boating facility grant funds and $87,500 in waterway access grant funds to match $175,000 funds provided by the applicant.
I'll second that motion. Are there any additional comments or questions?
Do we want to include the motion, including the conditions as stated about having an inadvertent discovery plan and monitoring?
That's standard to construction around here. So that's
I
going
guess
to be
I'm saying
included.
within our motion to approve, we want to condition it.
I would appreciate that if the board would condition the award on having the IDP plan available. Those comments came through our consultation with Oregon's tribes. And so that would be nice to include that.
Thank you, Janine. So I'd like to propose an amendment to Member Withy's motion that conditions the grant on there being a monitoring and inadvertent discovery plan.
I'll second that. So are there any comments about the amendment to the motion?
May I make a comment?
Sure.
There's no construction, so you wouldn't have any sort of inadvertent discoveries possible. The inadvertent discovery plan would be with the construction portion.
Right. So Chair Early, members of the board, through the permitting plan process, the Corps will want to have a copy of the inadvertent discovery plan. So it will be prepared and will be available for us to have in anticipation of construction. So essentially, we're just putting it out there that this will need to be done. We know it's part of the permitting. The monitoring can be removed or it can be conditioned that there'll be a monitoring availability during construction.
And the motion is primarily just to have the plan and the IDP available. So during those phases that it would be required. I don't think, Scott, that it is going to hold things up.
I'm not concerned about holding things up. My main concern is if there's anything in the building permitting process that comes up where the inadvertent discovery plan didn't anticipate.
So Chair Early, members of the board, we will work with the port to have an inadvertent discovery plan for the construction phase as part of this. So I'll do it. Staff is going to recommend that we approve grant 1679 in the amount of $87,500 of the facility grant funds and $87,500 of the waterway access funds to match the $175,000 of applicant match, and condition during construction that the port will have an inadvertent discovery plan and a monitoring plan. Will that work for you, Scott?
That would be perfect.
Okay.
Well, that's pretty much what our amendment to the motion is at this time. That is my understanding. Was that the intent, Laura?
Yeah.
And Member Withy, is that the intent?
Yes.
So we are going to vote on both the motion and the amendment at the same time. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And just for clarification, we appreciate, Janine, your staff recommendation of the clarity of the intent of the motion and the second to couple them together.
Thank you, Chair Early.
Thank you, Scott, for being on the call and for your comments.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to work with the OSMB.
And good luck.
Thank you.
The next grant is 1680, City of Coos Bay. I believe Randy Dixon is on the line.
Good morning, everybody. This is Randy with the City of Coos Bay. Talk a little bit about application this morning. We have Eastside and Empire boat ramps in beautiful Coos Bay City. And last year, we put together our Parks Master Plan, called for a renovation of the ramps, and we were able to fund that through the city funding mechanism through our capital improvement program. So we funded that 100% last year. That total was $146,535.08. And we'd like to use that for a match for this year to complete the dock float replacement at both locations. So the scope is replacing the ramp, the floats basically at both locations. Last year, we were able to do the south end of Empire, including the L and the connectivity for the ADA. The south side of Empire was not done. It was going to be part of this grant application, as well as east side. The pictures that you can see in the grant application shows east side. East side has a double side loading platform, so the ramps, we're only replacing the ramps down the center. These ramps are going on 20 plus years, so they've been due for an upgrade. Over the years, our maintenance program was to rebuild them. We were able to do that when we could with the proper material that was allowed for a watertight environment. Currently, right now, those restrictions have limited us on to what rebuild that we could do, so we just got away from it and decided to go to complete replacement with aluminum. So our grant package is, we're using a match of $146,535.08 and asking $271,000 for a total grant match of total grant $417,535.08.
All right. Thank you, Randy. So staff is recommending that the board authorize grant 1680 in the amount of $67,750 of boating facility grant funds to match $353,024.08 of applicant match. A significant amount of that match is coming from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're very appreciative of them making this a priority project. And this would let all of the docks at both Eastside and Empire comply with the aluminum, as well as having the bull rail openings for accessibility, and allowing, the site to function for many, many years, again, because the ramps are in pretty good shape. Does the board have any questions?
Seeing as there are no questions, would anyone like to make a motion for facility grant 1680?
I'd like to move that we authorize facility grant 1680 in the amount of $67,750 from boating facility grant funds to match the $353,024.08 of applicant match identified in their budget.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and multiple seconds. So any additional comments or questions? Seeing as there are none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Vince?
Yeah, I came in. Aye.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Randy, for being on the call and providing your synopsis of your grant application. It's appreciated.
Well, we thank you. We thank you very much, Chair, and we want to say that we appreciate the partnership of the Oregon State Marine Board and ODFW that we've had for many, many years, and look forward to many, many more. Thank you very much.
Hopefully you'll have enough water this year that it'll get a lot of use.
We're hoping.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next grant is 1681 with Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. John Cowan, are you on the line?
I'm in fact here. Hello.
Hello, John. Hello.
Nice to see you all.
Thank you so much. So Sandy Beach is also known as Schwitter Landing. It's on Government Island. It is a boat accessible only facility. The cruising community loves this. This is kind of a, Government Island is an oasis in the Portland metro area. And this facility, as well as all of the facilities on Government Island, are heavily used. It is exposed to some of the most extreme conditions that you can imagine in Oregon. You have a lot of commercial barge traffic that go through. There's a lot of big boats, and it is designed for those conditions. But the ice storm also expedited some things that were going on. So we need to do some work to really extend the useful life and have this facility continue serving the recreational boaters for another 20 to 25 years. So staff is recommending funds in the amount of $2,500 of boating facility grant funds and $82,500 of federal boating infrastructure grant funds to match $27,560 of applicant match. And John, do you want to add anything to this?
Well, first of all, thanks so much to the board for being great partners over the years. We've got a lot of projects we've done, including this one originally was supplied by BIG. So kudos to you folks for being on the job. I can second Janine's summary about it being a difficult site. We do try to keep it up. We've had a couple of serious failures out there. A few years, I think it was 2014, we lost a section of the dock entirely, had to be replaced, and we ended up spending in excess of $200,000 of our own funding to get that restored. It failed again in about 3 years' time in a much less significant manner. We were able to patch it up. About that same time, we were able to finally get a debris boom installed. And that's helped a lot. That wasn't put in originally. We saw it as a funding savings at the time, with the idea that we would return to that concept of a debris boom in the future. An obvious need there on that part of the river, not just for debris. It's called a debris boom, but it's also functions primarily as a weather defense for downriver waves and downwind waves, especially in the winter with the east winds, which can exceed 3 and 4 feet on that dock. So we've done that, and now we found a few years subsequent that that debris boom has some significant structural failures. Pretty straightforward repairs there. I think we asked them to stake the hardware, technical term, and those were failing. So they'll do a more aggressive job of making sure that the foundational hardware doesn't come apart. And that's the issue with the dock. We're seeing a lot of failure of the hardware itself because of the motion and the nature of the wood and steel interface. You get flexibility. Flexibility is a bad thing on hardware, and it backs off, gets loose, and the main rods back out. So we do what we can to keep those tight. We don't find that we have a lot of challenge with that except in the upper walk. And currently, as soon as our meeting is concluded, I'll be back out there to tighten up some nuts and bolts. So we're challenged constantly to keep that up. The east dock, I can mention, is built very similarly, but we don't have an issue there, and it's subject to speculation why that is. But east dock takes a lot of our time, and we're looking forward to having the contractors come out and doing some upgrades. We intend to make the hardware that is there more stable by using different hardware that should be resistant to motion, and doing increasing welding on the boom to increase the likelihood of it lasting. And then some, there's a weak point where the fingers tie into the headwalk, and that framework needs to be repaired. That's a smaller job. So there's basically 3 jobs here with 1 visit. As you know, and you have before you comprehensive estimate from our contractor to do this work, so we know we have that dialed in, and I've been in contact with them with the obvious question, is that still valid? And they say, yes, it's still valid. But you know, as you've noticed with some of the other grants, the conditions have changed, and the lag time is a worry, as well as the increasing costs of the materials that will be involved. So mostly it's labor, and that's pretty well dialed in, so it shouldn't be too much over. We're very happy to be buying in on the $25,000 level. That was a big ask for the outfit. The reason we're coming to you folks is we don't have $250,000 anymore, much less 85,000. So it's been a challenging year for us, and we certainly appreciate your help in this matter.
Does the board have any questions?
This is Member Withy. I'm not familiar with this facility. What do boaters do once they dock there?
It depends on the size of the boat. Typically on that side of the river, you know, the island is fairly large, and we have all sorts of users. At the larger docks there, you're looking at larger and deeper water craft typically, and they're just using the docks as a dock, and they do their recreation pretty much on the dock. Accessing the beach for small recreation, for hiking. There's a composting restroom there if they so choose. A lot of dog walking, and it's a large sandy expanse, and so it's very attractive to people to go ashore and play in the sand, maybe have a barbecue in a campfire. We see the yachting community used as group gatherings pretty much every weekend. One of the yacht clubs is there.
So there's a lot
It's
of
a
sleeping
very
on board
popular
there?
place for cruisers because it's so close to the city, and whether you're a sailboat or whether you're a powerboat, you can get there in 30 minutes if you're a powerboat, a little longer if you're a sailboat, but very popular place. As John was saying, a lot of cruisers will just stay on the dock and have fun there for a weekend. If you have dogs or children, you are up and down that ramp all weekend long, going to the beach and just playing in the sand.
Thanks.
Thank you. We are very aware that there can be some tension between the larger boats and the smaller boats, and we're very aggressive to make sure that all are welcome there. If you come in your ski boat, you can tie up next to a 50-footer, and that's just fine. Typically, the smaller boats will use the island more than the dock itself. So there's some divergence there, but mostly it's, as you say, very popular.
Are there any permits required to do this, or is this just considered routine maintenance?
I missed the first part of your question. I'm sorry.
Are there any permits required for this, or is this just considered routine maintenance?
We don't see a permit nexus here because it is going to be repairs to existing floating facilities entirely. We're not interacting with the bottom. We're not interacting with any of the soils on the bank. The only disturbance to any kind of habitat at all, in my reckoning as a biologist, is that you'll have some shadow from the craft that are tied up there to do the work, which is transient and ordinary for that area. So my reviewers here in the department don't see a permitting issue. And I may say, speaking to someone else's concern about the inadvertent discovery, I'm rated as an archaeology, what would you call me? A knowledgeable person on site, that if something does occur, I know the chain of command in terms of referring out, and we'll have that conversation with the workers. But again, this is all floating, so that's unexpected.
Yeah. And Chairly, members of the board, staff concurred. There is no ground disturbance. There's no change in the footprint. The facility is staying exactly in the same configuration, size. This is a maintenance item and is essentially exempt because we're not making any change or any ground disturbing activities.
Thank you. I'll have to admit those pictures were pretty frightening to see those rods sticking out of the boards there. So I can see that you have lots of work to do. So I would make a motion to authorize facility grant 1661 in the amount of $2,500 boating facility grant funds and $82,500 in big grant funds to match the $27,560 of applicant match.
Second.
Any additional comments or questions? Seeing as there are none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And thank you, John, for taking the time to be here and explain your project, and good luck.
Thank you, members, and Chair Early. I look forward to getting this on the road.
Thank you. Just a quick time check. Is the board okay? Or do you need another 5-minute break? Okay.
Doing good. Keep rolling.
All right, so grant 1682, this is with the U.S. Forest Service at Wyeth, and I believe Annie Wittenberg is on the line.
Hi.
Hi, Annie. So Wyeth came before the board, and then unfortunately the Forest Service withdrew it because looking at the time frame and the construction season, there just was not the ability to get it constructed in the latter part of 2020 and to comply with in-water work windows. So we strongly encourage them to come back and ask for some funds to be able to get this completed this coming in-water window. So basically during the fall. This does have a condition to have monitoring during on-site ground disturbing activities. We have talked to the forest and they said that is doable and they've accepted that. So staff is recommending grant 1682 in the amount of $22,640.04 of voting facility grant funds, $52,827.96 of waterway access grant funds to match $75,468 of applicant match, conditioned on the on-site monitoring during ground disturbance activities and receiving a copy of the inadvertent discovery plan. Annie, do you have anything you want to add?
Nope, that covers it. We're on board with all of that and ready to do it.
All right. Does the board have any comments?
This is Member Withey. This is pretty important boat launch on the Deschutes. So, and you can see the site's very much in need of a little TLC. It's pretty difficult to use as is, but that doesn't stop people from using it. So this would really facilitate more safety and certainly improve access to the river. So I encourage the board to support it.
And it looks like based on the use that's been identified in here that the work timeline that you are anticipating isn't going to interfere very much with the heavy use. The heavy use season will be over.
Yep.
Will you close the ramp? I mean, obviously people use it regardless of the conditions. So will you close it during that time when you are working on it completely?
We'll probably put up some signs and cones and things.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments or motions?
I make a motion that the board approve facility grant 1682 in the amount of $22,640.04 voting facility grant funds and $52,827.96 waterway access grant funds to match $75,468 for applicant funds.
I would second that motion. Or do you
Okay.
gotta finish it?
Did you finish it, Craig? Was it?
Yeah, I finished. The total project cost is $150,936, and approval would be conditioned on the IDP being provided.
Okay, Vince, is that second still good?
That second is still good.
All right. Any additional questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And thank you, Annie, and good luck with your project.
Thank you. It's been wonderful working with you guys.
Thank you. All right, grant 1683 is with the Tualatin River Keepers, and I believe Jan's on the line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. So this is kind of a unique application, but I think it is a really important item when we're dealing with a river and a variety of different access points, as well as a lot of gaps, in trying to make connections, especially with some of the underserved community members, to be invited to the river, to come and experience it, and to stimulate conversations about filling some of those access gaps. And so staff is supporting this grant. It's $1,683 in the amount of $40,000 of waterway access funds to match $33,000 of applicant match. The grant recommendation is contingent upon acknowledging funding from the Waterway Access Grant Program. So any kind of written materials, signage will have the recognition of the program to help let the non-motorized boating community know where their fees are going, and that this was one of the projects. Jan, do you have anything you want to add?
Just that this is, as Janine says, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you to Janine and her staff. She helped a lot with this grant. Really appreciate that. And Chair Early and members of the board, I want you to really know that this is an urban river, and it's very close to a growing population. And we've seen our use just go through the roof. Last year, we were finally, after 20 years, awarded the national designation as a national water trail. And really, we want to make this a community river so that people have access. It's very easy for beginner paddlers to access. It's very flat, and you can go upstream, downstream. You see lots of wildlife. It's close to the urban centers, and we just want it to be more accessible to people who live in the community rather than only for those who live along the water. And that's really the focus of this, is accessibility, finding ways to reach the Spanish-speaking population, finding ways to reach the alter-abled population, finding ways to reach people from low-income communities who may not have access to watercraft. All those things we are addressing in this grant proposal, and we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
So does the board have any comments?
This is Member Withey. What are we actually being asked to approve here? This is a community outreach program, so we're being asked to provide funds to support materials to educate the public. Are we being asked to provide funds for life jackets and paddles and other equipment that they would be utilizing? I'm just trying to get a better definition of what we're providing funds for.
Hey, Jan?
Yeah, so it is multiple things. It is a lot of education and outreach. For example, signage in Spanish language, right? And helping people come to the community events. So we've heard from the landowners, the cities, the counties, Metro, that they'll be willing to find the funds to do the access improvements that need to happen when they hear from the community that it's needed. And so in all the local processes, for example, there are planning processes going on all along the river. There's probably 3 major planning processes associated with development. And so we help people in the community get to those meetings and say, we want public access funded. So the funding for the actual work will happen from the landowners. We Tualatin River Keepers don't own any land. We do own boats, and we do have PFDs, and we do have ways to get people on the river so that they can make themselves familiar with the issues, and then give more compelling testimony that this public access is needed. Does that help explain?
Yeah, it helps, but it still seems a little vague to me. Do you report back to the board on progress then and how the funds have been utilized?
Absolutely. So for example, one of the things where we started early on this campaign was helping the city of Tigard provide, do their proposal for the Cook Park facilities that you just approved. We have a boat rentals at Cook Park, and we make those boats in partnership with City of Tigard. We make those available to the general public, and we also do our event that is for adaptive paddle for people who are essentially wheelchair users or people who have other mobility challenges, and we do that at Cook Park. And so we turned out those people and said, hey, can you write support letters and explain why these facility improvements are needed at Cook Park? And then that resulted in those support letters coming to you to say this is what we need here at the facility. So that's an example of how the campaign will result in additional proposals, probably for your funding, but also for local funding. We have Metro grant money. There's money here in the community that needs to be allocated to the river access.
Laura?
Thank you for that clarification. And just to kind of, again, re-clarify. So some of this money is going to be used to bring people to the river, put them in boats on the river, get feedback about what they would like to see for additional access, and then have them turn around and go to the city, the county, Metro as essentially advocates for those improvements.
Correct.
So this again really falls into, I think, what a lot of folks were envisioning how the Waterway Access Grant Program could and should be used. So if it's not premature, I would like to make a motion that we authorize Facility Grant 1683 in the amount of $40,000 of waterway access grants to match the $33,000 of applicant match identified in the budget. And the grant is contingent on any published materials or produced materials acknowledge the funding source and program.
I second it.
And just to clarify, the acknowledgement would not necessarily be the Oregon State Marine Board, but would be the Waterway Access Fund. Any additional questions or comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thank you, Jan, very much for coming and explaining about your program. Good luck with it.
Thank you very much.
The next application is 1684, Marion County. I believe Tom Kissinger is on the phone.
Good morning, this is Tom.
Hi, Tom. So this is for Butteville Landing. This is a site that staff has had discussions with numerous different parties about, including state parks through the recreational trails program, with the Friends group, and it is creating a small non-motorized access point in Butteville. And let me see, Tom, do you have anything else you want to add to this?
I just want to thank the board for their consideration and also thank our partners at Friends of Historic Butteville for their assistance with the grant application.
So all permits have been received. The upland work has been done, and essentially what they're looking for is the actual installation of the on-water portion. So staff is recommending Facility Grant 1684 in the amount of $24,000 of waterway access grant funds to match $101,171 of applicant match, for a total of $125,171. Is there any questions?
Janine, I'm just curious about the parking there. With the improved access here, is there going to be sufficient parking?
Yeah, so Tom, do you want to talk about the work the county did on that parking area?
Yeah, so there is a small parking area just up just up the road, basically from the entranceway that we have paved and placed parking markers on there. So I believe it's about 5 spaces. Because it is a county right-of-way, there's not a huge potential to increase the amount of parking there, but we do feel that it's sufficient to fit the need.
So you don't think that there's going to be an impact in the neighborhood there for addition, if you get quite a few people using that facility?
We don't anticipate that currently. We haven't seen a huge increase of parking along the neighborhood. There is a little bit of parking at the store as well, and that would have to be a partnership that we would discuss with the store on whether parking would be allowed there.
So
Any
Tom,
additional questions?
Yeah, Tom, Board Member Castronovo. So where are these folks accessing now? Are they using like Rogers Landing, Boone's Ferry? What ramp are they using currently to launch?
Currently, they would use either Rogers Landing, potentially Shampooey. Boone's Ferry would also be another access point, or even as far down as San Salvador.
Okay, so what this does is definitely helps relieve the congestion on the ramps, so boaters and non-boaters get along. So I think, I think that's a great idea. I'm a little concerned with the parking if it gets really popular. But again, this was the whole idea of the waterway access, to give them their own ramp, own facility. So we kind of relieve some of that conflict.
Exactly.
Yes, I would agree. That's a good point, Vince. So just was concerned because a lot of these places are going to see an increase in popularity when access is highlighted. And I think that parking may become an issue there in the future.
I have sort of a reverse parking question. There's a lot of folks that are using the Willamette River Water Trail and coming from places upstream and going places downstream. And Butteville has been identified by a lot of folks as, a potentially great place to stop for a break. And so is there somewhere in this area for somebody or a group of folks who's doing a river tour to put their boats safely while they go have lunch or whatever they want to do in the historic Butteville area?
So that's actually something I just discussed with Friends of Historic Butteville on Friday. They are looking at the potential. It sounds like they're working on another grant that might actually add to their cash balance. So they are looking at the potential of adding kayak lockers, similar to what we see in some state parks, that would allow people to lock up their boats while they access the store.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments or motions?
I'd like to move that we authorize Facility Grant 1684 in the amount of $24,000 of Waterway Access Grant funds to match the $101,171 of applicant match.
I would like to second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and any additional comments or questions? Seeing as there are none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Tom, good luck with this, and I hope that everything goes really well.
Thank you. We appreciate the support.
All right. Thank you. The next application is Grant 1686, and I believe that Brad from the Mount Pisgah Arboretum is on the phone. Brad, are you there? All right, so this is with Lane County Public Works for the Howard Buford Recreation Area, and it's to go through a process to basically identify and receive public comments on the development of a non-motorized access point. There are very few public access points on the Coast Fork of the Willamette. And Howard Buford is located in an area that would be very conducive to connect in with the main stem of the Willamette and provide some nice access. So staff has gone out onto site a couple times, met with a variety of folks, walked the property and narrowed it down to two main areas that we think would be very, have a high level of feasibility to develop into non-motorized access. And because of some of the constraints that are within the property and the amount of resources to go through a public process, we recommended that the county request a grant to hire someone to help develop the concepts, work through the public process, and actually submit the permit applications. This would be a pretty heavy load for staff to absorb this amount of work for this location. And if you haven't been out to Howard Buford, it is a beautiful park, has a lot of different things that are very appealing to folks. And if you saw the conditions that people are currently accessing, from very extreme verticals through some briars and brambles and over things, and sometimes crossing over wetlands, it makes a lot of sense to designate an area and create a non-motorized access point. So staff is recommending grant 1686 in the amount of $66,000 of waterway access funds to match $29,548 of applicant match. Brad, were you able to join? Okay. Does the board have any comments?
Just a couple of comments. Waterway access for non-motorized boats can take a lot of different forms, especially when there's no dedicated access. So having an actual trail identified, I think, would help to protect this area a little bit more so that people don't blaze their own trail, so to speak, in so many different areas. Especially when there's, when there are multiple people trying to go at the same time, they'll all blaze their own trail. So it's good to see this process. It's unfortunate that we have to spend so much money in helping with the permitting process, I think, but I also am familiar with permitting processes and how arduous they are. And so I think that it's actually money well spent. So I would make a motion to authorize facility grant 1686 in the amount of $66,000 in waterway access grant funds to match $29,548 of applicant match for a total project of $95,548.
Second.
I'll second it.
Any additional comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. Thanks,
Right.
Janine.
The next grant is 1687. It is with Oregon State Parks. And I believe Scott Youngblood, you're on the line. I see you're muted. If you're on the phone, try *6.
How about now?
Wonderful, thank you. So
Perfect, thank
this
you.
is for the Lucky Ammute State Natural Area. You can see from the photos that it is just kind of a muddy, mucky mess out there. It is slippery, not very user-friendly for non-motorized boaters to make it down the trail, let alone to make it down with a boat safely. And there is a growing amount of use by non-motorized boaters. This has the potential to be a really popular put in with a takeout at Buena Vista. They have some boat-in camping areas on the Willamette. And so this is just really a very nice complementary project to improve non-motorized boating access. And so So staff is recommending grant 1687 in the amount of $56,250 of waterway access funds to match $23,750 of applicant match. Scott, do you want to add on to this?
I just would like to say how great it's been to work with all of y'all over the past, I don't know, 14 years on the Willamette. I've worked with a lot of people there at the Marine Board, and you've all been really helpful. And so I really appreciate how easy you made this grant. And I think really the only thing I'd like to say about the access at Lucky Moot is currently, imagine a giant beaver slide, and that's what it's like. So yeah, so some improvements there would be really nice.
So we're
So
providing
people can
access
just
to
load into
beavers.
their kayak and slide down that hill.
Except for the drop off.
And does the board have any questions?
I'll make a motion that the board authorize facility grant 1687 in the amount of $56,250 waterway access grant funds to match $23,750 of applicant funds, provided that we take care of the beavers.
I'll second that.
I am an Oregon State fan, so.
We'll take care of them. Thank you very much.
And just a comment that, you know, it's actually very gratifying to see the waterway access funds going to so many variety of projects to help improve access, because it's, like I said before, people will launch their boats wherever they can. And so having dedicated access not only protects the waterways and protects the riverbanks and the lake banks, but it also provides dedicated access. So all those in favor, please say aye.
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 I didn't hear Vince, but I'm assuming he's had something.
Aye.
He did.
Thank you.
There it goes.
Okay. And thank you, Scott, for being on the call. Good luck.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. The next grant is 1688 with the City of Grants Pass, and I believe Wendy is on the line. Wendy, we can't hear you, so if you're on the phone, try *6.
Morning.
Okay. Did you make it?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you. We're a little technologically not advanced here at the Parks office. Good morning, board. I just want to start off, if you haven't been to Grants Pass, the Rogue River is the heart of our city, and our city logo is actually a raft and paddle. So our application for bringing our one and only boat launch at Baker Park is something I'm excited to talk to you about today.
All right. Staff is recommending this project number 1688 in the amount of $75,000 of boating facility grant funds and $75,000 of waterway access funds to match $53,970 of applicant match. Staff is also recommending that this grant be conditioned upon having a qualified archaeologist examine the area once the hardened surfaces are removed and consult with OSMB staff prior to additional work being completed, and also to provide a copy of the inadvertent discovery plan. Wendy, do you want to add anything?
No, yeah, we're certainly happy to comply. This facility was originally built with significant funding from the State Marine Board back in 1995. Not sure if they had it examined at that time of construction, but we're certainly happy to comply with that condition.
Does the board have any questions or comments?
So just a couple of comments. Having grown up in Grants Pass, I was aghast to realize it had been this long since that facility was developed, because I can remember when the boat ramp was at Riverside Park and then it was moved to Baker Park. So I haven't aged a bit, I'm sure, but this facility is very, very well used. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility. What's really nice is that it really did take and relocate a lot of that boat traffic to Baker Park and help to more focus the Riverside Park facility. So I would make a motion to authorize facility grant 1688 in the amount of $75,000 boating facility grant funds and $75,000 in waterway access grant funds to match $53,970 of applicant match upon the qualified archaeologist examining the area once the hardened surfaces are removed and consulting with OSMB staff prior to additional work being completed, and to provide a copy of the inadvertent discovery plan to the OSMB.
I second it.
Any additional comments or questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And thank you, Wendy, for being on the call, and good luck with the project.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right, the next one is 1691 with the Port of Hood River. I believe Daryl Stafford is on the line.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So staff is recommending grant funds to replace the boarding docks in the amount of $132,300 of boating facility grant funds to match $161,592 of applicant match. Do you have anything you want to add on this one, Daryl?
Well, of course, it'd be really awesome if we could get that the boat ramp floats replaced. As a person of 5'2" in stature, the current setup and also a user of the boat ramp, the current setup is incredibly challenging. And so it will be really great to have something that will work better, especially for ADA purposes, and then just for the ease of getting boats in and out. So we're excited to have this get replaced.
Is there any board questions or comments?
We appreciate the amount of match that you are coming to the board with. It's always impressive to see that amount of match.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that the board, go ahead.
Go for it, Craig.
I make a motion the board authorize facility grant 1691 in the amount of $132,300 boating facility grant funds to match $161,592 of applicant funds. Total project cost of $293,892.
I second that.
Any additional comments or questions?
I'd like to say thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to say thank you to the staff at the OSMB for being so incredibly helpful with me for all of the crazy stuff that comes up around here. You guys are really awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you, Daryl, for being on the call, and good luck with your project.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're almost to the home stretch. So grant 1696 is with Jackson County. I believe Steve Lambert's on the line. Steve? Okay. So this is for the Upper Rogue Regional Park, affectionately known as Shady Cove. And it is in just horrendous condition. There's some undermining, there's some base failure, and the ramp is used by a variety of boaters. One of the photos in the staff report, it's kind of hard to tell, but there's actually a motorized drift boat in amongst all of those non-motorized boats, which just kind of shows that activities happen year-round, and the ramp needs to be replaced. Some different design configurations to help enhance non-motorized and motorized use separation. But there's some beginning things that need to be done, and one of these is a hydraulic analysis, and the other one will be an archaeological survey report. So staff is recommending grant 1696 in the amount of $40,000 of boating facility grant funds and $40,000 of waterway access grant funds to match $22,500 in applicant match. Steve, were you able to get on the phone? Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. That *6 thing catches me every time I get stuck in the loop where I mute myself and unmute myself. Sorry for that. Just want to thank Janine and her team for the help in this project, and Chair early in the board. This is a project that we've been working on really for probably 5 or 6 years with the OSMB facilities team and trying to find a solution, and we're ready finally now to be able to pull the trigger on moving forward with the studies that we need to further implement the redesign of this facility. I've heard the discussion of drought mentioned several times in this meeting, with Howard Prairie Reservoir being at historic lows and Emigrant Lake Reservoir being at historic lows. And when I say historic lows, I mean they're predicted this year to be the lowest they have ever been since the 1960s when the dams were constructed. And many of our other reservoirs in the area, people are flocking to the Rogue, and they're flocking there for both commercial and recreational businesses. But when I say commercial, I mean rafting businesses and recreational rafters. This facility last year saw record use, record conflicts. We've turned in the application for this. We are now managing Casey boating access just below Lost Creek Lake, and also Joseph Stewart Resort and ramp up at Lost Creek Lake. So we tie in all of our existing uses along the Upper Rogue with this facility, and it really is the linchpin facility to making it smooth on the Rogue for safe access and use. So I appreciate your consideration of the project so that we can get a ramp that really hasn't seen any improvement in it for probably 30 years, some much needed attention.
Does the board have any questions or comments?
This is Member Withey. This is more of a rhetorical statement than a question. I don't know how we allow our facilities to get in such dilapidated conditions before we respond to them. I'm just wondering if it's the process or if it's just a lack of attention by facility owners. But we see a lot of these facilities that are in very poor condition. And of course, now to bring them back up into a good functional state costs more than if we would respond it earlier. So this is not intended to slam anybody. It's just, it appears to me something's broken in the process. So
I'll be happy to respond to that. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I've been with the county for 12 years. My first year with the county, they removed us from any general fund support. And as you see amongst counties across the state of Oregon, not receiving any property tax support to fund your parks and recreation facilities and not receiving lottery support like OPRD does receive has led to a lot of county park systems really being underfunded and a growing amount of deferred maintenance out there in our park system. So I can tell you that over the past 7 or 8 years in Jackson County parks, we've really focused on rebuilding our business model and our business structure. And we now have funding and we now have the ability to address, not solve, but start addressing some of our deferred maintenance within our parks programs and tackle both our campground utilities, the facilities there that many of the boaters are using while they're camping in our facilities, and our boating facilities, and really start looking at a sustainable model of how we can keep our amenities and infrastructure up to date for future years. But I wholeheartedly agree with you that for many, many years, things were getting left unattended, and it was largely due to the fact that funding wasn't there. It just flat wasn't there to be able to maintain some of those facilities.
Yeah.
Then a
Member,
follow-up question on that. Go ahead.
yeah, I guess member with you, I'd like to add into this. There is approximately 1,500 known public access sites, and I say known because we are still discovering non-motorized access points. Ones that are true non-motorized access points versus the myriad of user-created trails that are out there. And most of these facilities are free. And so boating access isn't generally a revenue generator. It's not a sustainable item. And the facilities program has seen a steady decline in our funds for grants to provide assistance to help applicants and facility owners make these improvements. The last 6-year plan had nearly $250 million of outstanding access needs in the state. I'm anticipating we may be close to $500 million when we get ready to do this next one, because the backlog just keeps growing. We're not able to make any kind of a dent with how old the infrastructure is. And if we look at what kind of is that average age, the bulk of boating access facilities were developed in the 70s. And they have just continued to wear out, and we just can't make a dent in that backlog with our funding. And, you know, as Steve mentioned, funding is hard, and many parks departments are trying to find funding mechanisms that are sustainable, that will generate revenues to help support them. And that's a hard challenge when there's pressure to keep things free or very low cost to allow access for all.
Well, and of course, the problem gets worse as we develop more access points and there's more needs for facility development. Is there something we need to do to raise awareness among the legislature or other funding bodies?
This is Steve again. Yeah, so I would say any advocacy work that could be done to have primarily local entities address deferred maintenance in our park systems would be very, very helpful. We have been to the legislature in the past in dealing with some of our shared funding sources that we have with OPRD for maintenance of our campground facilities through RV licensing fees. And the legislature at the time was very open to the problem and very willing to help and actually pass some legislation to help. At that time, that was probably about 7 or 8 years ago, we worked collectively with County Parks Programs and Echo Northwest to develop a deferred maintenance study in our county park systems. And out of I believe it was about 20 county park systems in the state out of 36, you know, we had identified a backlog of deferred maintenance needs in excess of $80 million. And I guarantee you that's a larger number than $80 million now with inflation and things just continuing to get older. I do want to clarify that doesn't mean things aren't getting addressed. You know, in recent years, we've worked with Janine's team to tackle projects up at Howard Prairie Lake on Willow Point Boat Ramp. We've renovated docks at Emigrant Lake and Howard Prairie Resort. It's just some of these larger, more difficult projects to tackle that require larger amounts of funding, obviously, have gone unaddressed.
Well, we could probably carry on this discussion for a long time. Getting back to the specifics of this project, I'm wondering if the facility that you have is large enough for the demand that you have on it. You know, I've been in the area, I've seen the users in the area, and looking at the photos, it does look like it's undersized for the amount of use that you have. So that's a concern for me, but I do support the project that you're engaging upon.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I share my concerns that as currently designed, it is undersized. And we have had conversations with Janine's team regarding making more of the park that is not currently hardscape, for example, for parking and tie up and tie down areas available, and really realizing that this park needs, in every square inch of it, needs to be more focused on a boating facility access point rather than a city or community park.
It is a heavily used park. I know that, and the last time I was there was just this spring. So the boat launch is in very poor condition, but that has not stopped people from using it. Law enforcement drift launched there this morning. They probably sunk a boat right there so they can show people how to bring the boat back up. But anyway,
yes,
I'm very supportive of this project. I think that it's a very, very important launch point for a lot of facilities, and the larger conversation of getting a bigger facility, I think, will be ongoing for many of the facilities within Jackson County also.
Agreed. I would just add one more point, semi-related to this topic, that we are seeing specifically at that park, and we are working with law enforcement and our Marine Division to hopefully address it. But we're seeing with the drought down here in Southern Oregon, the impact to surface waters and groundwaters, we're seeing more illegal theft of water from our water sources, meaning rivers and lakes. And we're seeing more commercial water haulers backing down boat ramps, pumping water out of the reservoir and taking it wherever they go. We're working with the Water Resources Department and law enforcement to address that. But I bring that up because that started last year, is continuing into this year, and it really does, that amount of weight on a boating facility that was not designed for that use really does wreak havoc on it. So that's why the surface of the ramp that you saw is having some issues that we're looking to address.
Well, thank you for that, Steve, because that really makes a big difference. Because I was there last spring also, and I couldn't believe the difference between last year and this year without a huge water year as far as hydrology for the winter. You know, it wasn't a big flood year. So that certainly helps to clarify why there was so much additional damage to that ramp.
Yes, it does. And I bring that to your attention so that as we look at managing recreational and use on boating facilities, I guarantee you that's not the only facility that we're having those issues. So that probably should be part of a larger discussion. And as you can tell, I love to talk about any of this stuff. So if you ever have questions aside from this meeting, call me. Let's chat.
Well, thank you very much. At this time, if there are no additional comments or questions, if someone would like to make a motion.
All right, I'll make a motion that the board authorize facility grant 1696 in the amount of $40,000, voting facility grant funds, and $40,000 waterway access grant funds to match $22,500 in applicant funds.
Second.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and multiple seconds. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. So thank you very much, Steve, and good luck with your project there. I know that it's a busy season already.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your support.
And so Janine, I know before we move on to the maintenance assistance grant procedure, did you have anything else to add to item B?
Yes, so grant 1685 with Baker County, they requested to move from the deferred block. And then we will be done with this item. So I believe Donnie Bruland is on the line.
Yes.
Donnie, are you on?
Good morning, I'm here.
Hi, Donnie.
Good morning.
So Baker County did contact staff and requested to have this grant be taken in front of the board for individual consideration. I have shared with the board the email describing the county's position and that they were increasing or providing $5,000 of cash match.
Correct.
So, Donnie, do you want to add anything else before I take board questions or comments?
Absolutely. It's critical that we get provided some sort of security. The parks themselves are very rural. It's only about 45 miles from Baker City, but that 45 miles follows a narrow, twisted rural road, and it takes our deputies about an hour to get out to us. So as far as quick response, there really is no quick response law enforcement. The system was set up to protect the assets not only of the park, but also the boaters that use it. As of today, we've had 1,028 RV campers and tenters that are also boaters, and about 840 day use. And this is on top of 101 season passes that are multiple day users. So the property we're protecting is huge. It's a good capital investment not only for the park but also for our boaters. I would also entertain the idea of maybe reducing our ask down to 4 cameras that would deal directly with the 3 boat ramps and both parks. So that would be cameras number 2, 3, 4, and 8. That would reduce our request down to about $30, and we'll leave the match as stands, as we were going to do most of the work ourselves anyway. And already this year, the county's put $18,000 into repairing and bringing our docks up to standards. We have beautiful docks now.
So Donnie, just to clarify then, you would be asking for, you said 30,000 instead of the 60,000?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
From the original one. I think the modified one, as we see it on our documents, were 55,000, which included a match of 15,000 from Baker County.
Correct.
Janine, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, Donnie, can you tell me the location of the cameras that you were proposing to keep?
Absolutely. Cameras number 2 and 3, those address Holcomb Park, where the RVs park, as well as the ramp. Camera number 4, that would address the launch we have at the parking lot at the tent area. And camera number 8, which would address the Hewitt Park, camp area, and boat launch.
So all 4 of those cameras would be including a launch area?
Absolutely. Well, except camera number 2, which would address solely the Holcomb camp area, because that's the camp area is above the boat launch far enough. You can't, and the hill, you can't put one in there that would cover both. However, it does would cover the boats that tie to the bank to the east of the RV park area.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, this is Member Withy. I understand the Green Board funding the security cameras on the ramps, but I can't understand why we would provide surveillance of camping areas or restroom areas. I just don't see that as part of the Marine Board's mission. And I question why we would ever propose to do that. So I can support the cameras on the ramps, but the other cameras, I can't.
I understand completely, and that's one of the reasons also I reduced the number of cameras to just include the ramps and the one Holcomb area that includes the RV camp as well as the boats that tie up alongside the inlet right there.
So Janine, you're a little bit more familiar with this. So, and would probably be looking for some narrative about the adequacy of these cameras and those areas that are actually protecting boaters.
So, Chair, early members of the board, this is a challenging one. So our existing program rules and procedures identify that we are recreational boating. We don't fund stuff in campgrounds, in day use picnic areas, a fishing pier. Our funds are very centric to recreational boating. And so when this came forward, staff had a pretty big concern at the cost that the recreational boaters would be absorbing on many areas that by our rules and procedures are just not eligible, where it would be a great fit to partner with state parks grant funds to help cover the camping components out there and be able to do this. I do have concerns if the conditions are as significant as what's being described by the county with fights, altercations, domestic abuse, alcohol issues. Does it make sense to scale this down to 4 cameras? And will it really address the issue, or really should this be deferred until additional funds can be obtained to address all of the issues at Hewitt and Holcomb Park? So that's one of staff's questions is if this is scaling down to just deal with one component, is it really going to solve the management issues the county is experiencing out there, or should it be deferred until additional funds can be done for all of the 8 cameras and have a more holistic approach to help the county manage some of those conditions? I do have another concern with where this ranked within all of the other applications. We did have follow-up conversations with the city of Siletz, who was very disappointed at not receiving funding. They understood the reasons, but they were still very upset. Same thing with the city of Sutherland. And both of those applications scored significantly higher. Even the city of Umatillo's application scored higher, and it was a smaller amount of money. So, whether or not that factors into the board's decisions, I felt like I needed to raise that, there were several other applications that scored higher than this one, and whether or not, that should weigh into the board's decision on whether or not you want to award some funds for this. I empathize with what the county is going through with the management issues out there. It's a remote site. Donnie, don't you have some park hosts at both locations?
We do. We have actually one park host that serves both locations. They're not very far apart. So he serves both of them. He lives on site now.
Yeah. So I guess when I talk to applicants about some operational issues, it's very concerning when we see kind of that Band-Aid approach, because it generally doesn't address more of a holistic thing. And so that is one of my concerns, is if cutting these cameras down to, basically in half, is it going to be addressing this issue, or does it make more sense to defer and have a more holistic approach with the security cameras? With that said, I would say those other cameras would not qualify for our funding. So the board could approve funding, but condition on a more on that holistic approach, so that we're not really, I'm not sure how much we're solving by only doing 4 cameras based on the conditions that are being described.
This is Member Withy. So if I heard it right, we're hours away from response if there's something going on in the park. So the cameras would be recording things that we'd have to respond to later. So they're really not necessarily protecting real time. They may defer some people from doing things that they wouldn't otherwise do, but everything's going to be after the fact. So it seems the problem really is the lack of police presence or law enforcement presence, that this isn't going to change. So where am I going with this? I'm just trying to understand how effective these cameras are going to be in stopping what's going on there now.
I don't know about stopping it, and I appreciate your comment on that. I don't know about stopping it, but our law enforcement here has said that if they have cameras, they can do the facial recognition and go after them after the fact. And that's how we have to do, unfortunately, things here in the city too. We do not have the funds for the law enforcement presence that we need.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I can certainly sympathize with that. I think that most counties are in that situation, as well as a lot of the cities within the state, and are definitely having some issues with outlying areas with getting enforcement timely responses. I'm concerned about using voter dollars for some of these. I do feel like that there are some other avenues that could be explored. Travel Oregon, especially with your tourism aspect, because this is a popular area, that have some small grants available that would be able to be utilized to help get some of these cameras. And I'm sure that, and part of the other portion is that, some of these other grants that were applied for did score higher. And when I was looking at that, it was a concern, because they could have also requested to be considered individually as well.
I want to echo some of the comments that Member Withy and Chair Early have made, that I'm having a hard time seeing a nexus between the problems that these cameras are supposed to help, not even prevent, but prosecute, and voters, and how this project is going to help voters. And then also the comments raised about, it appears that a comprehensive 8-camera system is needed, that maybe there are other avenues to get the money. And I don't know if it's getting real-time monitoring of it to help actually prevent the incidents. But it seems that there just needs to be a little bit more work done in trying to figure out how this actually helps voters.
Chair Early, members of the board, Donnie, I have a question for you. When was the last time the county looked at your operation management rules at the site, as far as any ordinances, guidelines, policies, codes, to help enforce and notify users of what is acceptable behavior?
2005, and currently I am rewriting those. I've been in this position 2 seasons now. So I've taken it upon myself now to start rewriting those that will address these infractions a lot more harshly. But last ordinance was accepted in 2005.
Well, kudos to you for taking that on. That must be a source of frustration, just to having to go in there and try to rework everything to make it more enforceable.
It's been a challenge across the board. The last director left real bitter, and I was left with absolutely no records or anything. So I'm starting from the ground up.
So Donnie, I guess I would mention, we do have our small grants program that once you have new rules, ordinances in place, I think it'd be very acceptable for you to ask for some funding to help put some signage up to notify voters of these changes and expectation of how to park and behavior. So I would offer that be taken under consideration to help with some of the management issues that you have out there.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Thank you. That would be cool. I appreciate it.
So Chair Early, members of the board, although you haven't asked for staff to give a recommendation on this, I'm going to give you one. Right now I am having a really difficult time recommending approval of the cameras. I think there's some other steps that need to be implemented first to try to help deal with some of the management aspects that are going on out there. And I would encourage the county to seek some additional funds to help with some of the security monitoring and kind of develop that as an integrated part of their park ordinance updates. But staff would recommend that the board still defer this.
And I would agree with Janine. Donnie, I applaud you for all of your efforts that you're making. And it sounds like you've gotten part of those plans rewritten already and approved. And whatever portion of those can be applied to get a small grant through the Marine Board to help with signage, I would encourage you to do that. Also, as this plan becomes more solidified, I would also encourage you to reapply, but I would also side with deferring this just at this time.
Absolutely, I understand. And boy, I appreciate the input you guys have given me today.
Well, I would make a motion to defer grant number 1685 for Baker County with the condition that we provide encouragement and support to Donnie and her staff to continue their good work there.
I second that.
Any additional questions, discussion, comments? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good luck, Donnie. I know that you've got your hands full there, so please reach out. I know Janine she's buried also, but she's also always willing to help.
Well, I appreciate y'all's time today, and come on down to Baker County when you get a chance. You're sure welcome here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donnie.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Chair Early, members of the board, that is the end of our item B. Considering the time, do you want any kind of a break before we begin item C with the maintenance assistance procedure guide?
Hey, Janine, this is Member Withy.
Yes.
Early on, you said you were concerned about exceeding 70% of the funds for the waterway access grant. Did we just do that?
We did. We approved everything, but I think we're going to be okay. Many of these projects are for permitting, design and engineering, and they're going to need most of the biennium to get those completed. And I think we're going to be okay.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we covered that.
And Janine, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for such a comprehensive report and recommendations. I know we lean heavily on you, but you know, with everything that all 1,400 pages that you supplied to us, were very well appreciated, and also your thoughtfulness in dealing with each of these facilities and getting them here is much appreciated. I know that the kudos that they give to you are not unfounded, and your staff as well.
I echo
Thank
that
you.
acknowledgement. You do a wonderful job, Janine.
Thank you. I love what I do and love working for the board. It's a fantastic thing that we've got 2 different programs now to deal with all recreational boating. So thank you.
Well, it's obvious that the facilities feel the same way about you and your staff. So I think with that, we will take about a 10-minute break. At this time, it is 11:46, and so we will reconvene at about 11:55, around in there.
All right, that was weird. My camera didn't want to turn back on.
As weird, mine did the same thing, and for the longest time, I was the only one there.
I've been having technical issues with the Teams app all morning long.
Must be all their updates.
I'm sure. We'll just blame it on that.
Vince, are you still here?
Yes, just doing some work emails. So,
Okay,
multitasking.
just double checking.
I'm here though. I'm good.
Okay. Just waiting for Craig right now.
Okay.
Hi, Craig.
Hi.
Okay, it looks like we have everybody back. So if we are ready, I'm assuming that Jennifer needs just a minute or so.
We are good to go, Val.
Thank you. Okay, we are back in order, at order for the Oregon State Marine Board June 14th board meeting, and we are on item number C, Maintenance Assistance Grant Procedure Guide and Application. Janine Bullock.
Thank you, Chair Early, members of the board. For the record, Janine Bullock, Boating Facilities Program Manager. The board at the April meeting approved the rules for the Maintenance Assistance grant program. And as part of our process to improve transparency, we are now going to be bringing our procedure guides to the board to approve prior to implementation. This process really streamlined the maintenance program. The payment and reimbursement process is now aligned with our other grant programs, so applicants will be more familiar with it. The reporting is now part of the supporting documents to that process, so it also streamlined it for the applicants. And we established a process for where they can ask for modification. So if their governing body decides to add a fee or increase a fee or change hours of operation, there's a process that they would go through to notify us to then trigger an amendment to the grant. I've talked to several of our current applicants and they're very supportive of this. They were actually very excited about this being consistent with our other programs. And so this is kind of an odd year because the biennium starts in just a few weeks. But going forward, what we intend to do is to bring the procedure guide to the board at the October meeting. If approved, we would then immediately solicit out for applications and get those, start our review process, and have all of the agreements put in place basically between March and April prior to the biennium. That way, the applicants know how much money they have, they've signed our grant agreements, everything's in place to make it a much smoother issue. When we also talked about timing, this also was a more favorable time of the year for applicants. And that was a really important thing because historically, our maintenance program is during the spring, and that's just not an easy time for facility providers to provide time to answer everything. So we wanted to really improve efficiency all the way around. So the draft guide has been shared with the board, and staff is recommending that the board authorize us to go ahead and start implementing the new rules with the procedure guide. We are going to offer a training opportunity through Teams to answer a bunch of questions and just share information with folks. And I think that will definitely be a benefit with some of our COVID technologies, is to have that opportunity to provide some more online learning events for applicants. And then going forward, all of this stuff will be brought to the board, just like our grant procedure guides. And then also as part of our web redesign, we're going to have a dedicated tab on grants that will have kind of an accordion style. So interested parties will be able to see the program, what is the purpose of the program, who's eligible, how to apply, what are the time periods, and any constraints about it, to really encourage more use of our programs, as well as to broaden the awareness for different applicants out there. So does the board have any questions?
Hi, this is Member Withy. What amount of money do we have budgeted for this program?
So our maintenance program is including federal funds. It's about $2.1 million a biennium.
Okay, some of these locations utilize the Corps of Engineers to manage their sites. So we allot them amount of money and then they contract with the Corps. Is that how it works?
So underneath the maintenance program, cities, counties, ports, park districts, and state agencies are eligible if they have a motorized or mixed use site where at least 30% of the use is by motorized boats. Now, as an example, Boardman, their property is owned by the Corps of Engineers, but they have a long-term lease to operate that facility. They're an eligible applicant because they have I want to say it's a 30-year lease, and it's been renewed a few times for them to operate it. But the federal agencies themselves would not be able to apply.
Okay, good. So what you're asking the board to approve is just the procedure itself, not the funding or anything outside the procedure. And then when the grant, when you authorize a grant, the director then has the authority, correct?
Correct.
So will you be coming back to the board? That's a little bit unclear about the final recommendations for the grant agreements. Those will be similar to what these other grant agreements are that we authorize.
No, the director has the whole authority to approve the maintenance grants and sign the agreements. In item B, staff identified how much money was taken out of our available funds for grants for this program. And so as an example, State Parks right now is the largest grant recipient. They get about $190,000 every year. And our smallest recipient, I think, gets, I want to say it's $750 a year. So there's really a dynamic amount of payments that people receive. But historically, the maintenance program, the board acknowledges the amount of money we identify for that program, just like the small grants, we set aside a certain amount of money. And then the director approves the agreements.
So I know that the idea is to reduce the administrative burden for the applicants and everything on these, but when I was reading through this, I just kept thinking about how hard this was going to be for some of these small facilities. Have you shown this to some of these, and is this going to discourage people from applying for these grant funds?
It actually, believe it or not, it actually streamlines the process. The difference is they need to fill out an application and say they want to participate. historically what we've done is we've said, hey, here's your inventory. Tell us if you want to do this again. And by the way, let us know, if you intend to participate. And so we're kind of changing the dynamic partially because we want it to match up with our other programs, and we have some new folks. So as an example, City of Lake Oswego had previously participated in our maintenance program, and then they chose to opt out because it was becoming burdensome. Well, after looking at everything, they said they're very interested in participating again. So now they'll be able to apply. So it's going to save us some time that we don't have to go out to folks and say, hey, do you want to do it? They're going to have a time period to actually come to us and say, yes, we want to do it. And then we will generate the agreements based on them wanting to participate. And believe it or not, we spend a lot of time following up with facility owners saying, hey, we haven't gotten this form, we haven't gotten this signature. So putting it into this time frame and changing this process, it really puts more of the responsibility on them to apply versus us having to constantly go to them and say, hey, do you want to? Do you want to? And yeah, so it's actually less overall. So I think it will be well received, at least from the folks we've talked to.
Okay, well, thank you. Because I just like, what Craig was talking about before in these facilities, I think it's important that we help these facilities to maintain the structures that we, especially the ones that we've funded, which is what this will go towards, in order to extend their life of the facility itself. So.
Janine, this is Member Withey again. Can you help me understand the rationale behind making locations ineligible if they charge fees? And we encourage people that bring in matching funds, but if they charge fees for parking or what have you, they become ineligible. Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so it's actually a sliding scale for what we reduce our maintenance funds. So we hold an applicant harmless for $2, and then we start reducing. So at $3, they lose 15% of their available funds. At $4, it's 50. At $5, it's 75%. And then at $5.01, they no longer would become eligible. So it's a sliding scale based on the board historically is a significant funder of the improvements, the infrastructure. And then we are providing these funds to essentially augment or enhance their maintenance. So if they're collecting a fee, the feeling was, should the boaters continue to give them 100% when they're collecting fees from boaters, or should the amount of boaters participate or Marine Board's participation and funding decrease in relation to the fees they charge? And so it's kind of been one of those things that we've looked at it as kind of a scale on how to balance how much boaters should be paying into it if they're having to pay a fee on site. If they're free, then we should be able to augment what they're doing for maintenance by giving them some money for it. We've had a lot of discussions in the past on how much fee is too much, at what point should we look at reducing. And this is something I think we're as staff going to look at more thoroughly as like a special project. I can only think of one party who's charging $2. And to be honest, charging $2, it almost costs you that much to collect it and receive it, to account for it. So it's really kind of a silly thing, but it's also a management tool to help control activities that are happening in your park. You really don't start to see that revenue aspect until you're closer to that $4. The bulk of facilities are still free. And we hear from boaters all the time that, they're paying here, they're paying there. And so free is kind of nice to be able to say that most facilities are free. We are seeing that the most common fee is starting to be that $5. because that's really where you start to see the difference in that collection cost versus the revenue part. So I think we do need to look at that percentage, that impact, and have some bigger discussions of should voters pay the full amount for a site that is charging a fee versus a site that is free? Or should we encourage owners to charge a fee?
Yeah, I don't know. So we're trying to discourage them to charge a fee because they'll get more MAG money. If they charge a fee, they don't get any MAG money. So
After $5.01.
right,
So at
right,
$5.01, they get none, but until then, they could get some funding. Except, now I will say the exception is floating restrooms and pump out and dump stations must be free. And nobody has pushed to have a fee to use that because the overall benefit is we want that sewage collected appropriately and disposed of.
And the rationale for that is that the voters have already paid through the registration fees, water access fees for these facilities. That's our rationale, right?
That has historically been the stance of the board, is to have a reduction of what we offer for maintenance funding based on how much the fees they're charging to the voters.
Okay. Just trying to understand.
No problem. Is there other questions?
Laura?
Member Jackson?
What is, excuse me, what is the highest fee being charged right now?
$10. And that's only at a couple locations.
Okay, and I'm guessing Portland metro area?
One is on the coast and the other is Portland metro area, yes.
Thanks.
Any other
Okay, so
questions?
Basically, Janine just is looking for some approval of the document so that they can put it into place at this time.
So I make a motion that the board approve the draft MAG procedure guide for use during the 2021-23 biennium.
I second that.
Are there any additional questions or comments for Janine? Seeing as there are none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Well, good luck with it, Janine.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now we are going to move on to, gotta get my document down here just a second. We are going to move on to item D at this time. And so Josh Mulholland is on board.
I am indeed. Thank you, Chair Early. For the record, my name is Josh Mulholland, Environment and Policy Program Manager for the Oregon State Marine Board. Before I start on item D, real briefly, I'd like to say I appreciate the board's recognizing the work that my staff and I have done on a few things over the past year or so. So thank you. It is very appreciated. Okay, item D. As I'm sure you all recall at this point, the board recently concluded a rulemaking process that was 18 months in the making for the Lower Willamette River. As a very quick refresher on what those rules are, I provided a summary of those in your board book. And that summary that's in the board book has also been shared extensively to spread the word on the new regulations, as well as to provide some background to interested parties into what that rule formulation process looked like. Well, maybe not directly related to the petition, I wanted to take the opportunity to update the board on the implementation of those rules that were voted on in January and did take effect May 1st. So a couple, quick highlights on that. One being that staff worked closely with facility providers to ensure appropriate signage was developed and installed. A couple of examples of that I provided in your board book to see, what our staff has been involved with and what we were able to get up at facilities. And I do want to note that there was a lot of back and forth with facility operators, with the city of Portland on that message. And there's a lot of time and effort that went into what you see on those pages. Staff, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office and the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office have been involved with and continue to be involved with communication regarding enforcement of these new rules and what this year's rollout looks like. Law enforcement is also distributing a RAC card that is being given to boaters that I also provided in your board book. Those were produced by OSMB staff, and we're also making those available at all the facilities in the area. Again, trying to get that message out on what the new rules are and what the expectations of boaters are. In addition, there have been several news releases, media posts from agency staff on this topic. And then lastly, the Willamette River regulations have been of considerable interest during this legislative session. And staff has spent a lot of time informing lawmakers of the board's recent actions as well. So just kind of want to give you a sense of what's been going on since January and now on these rules from a staff perspective. So anyway, with that being said, in April, we received a petition to repeal the recent rule changes for the Willamette River below the falls. I'm not going to read the petition. I'm sure the board has read the petition, which among other things asserts that the board violated public meeting laws, violated its own policy, and addressed a problem that, in their words, simply really didn't exist. So like with any petition, we are required by state law to solicit public comments, and we did so. The comment content did not differ significantly from that which was heard throughout the year and a half of the rulemaking process. Supporters of the petition do so because the current rules are unfair, exclusive, and may only exacerbate safety concerns that the rules are purported to address. Opposition to the petition, and therefore supporters of the new rules, do so because of the inclusive process in which the rules were made, ongoing safety concerns, and protection of river users, river habitat, and personal property. Hold on, I got my notes confused now. Yes. All right, so as I mentioned, the current rules were developed as part of a historically comprehensive rulemaking process. Nothing in this petition or the comments that we received justify undoing the work that the board has done, especially so quickly. Staff recommends the board deny the petition based on the following points. Number one, as we've learned from the Newburgh poll, year-to-year regulatory changes are challenging for everyone. Especially law enforcement, and especially in trying to educate people on rules. It is the staff belief that time should be allowed to actually evaluate the board's decision and the current rules before looking to change those rules so quickly. Secondly, implementation of new rules, especially ones on this scale, I mean, this was a large rulemaking, takes a time and financial toll on the agency. Staff encourages the board to continue to make decisions based on what is needed to further the mission of the Oregon State Marine Board. But what it takes to inform the public of rule changes, what that implementation looks like, and the cost in both manpower and actual dollars should not be ignored. I mean, some of those signs and things, those were, they take a toll on a small agency like ours. Something else is the board put these rules in place as part of a thoughtful process. I do believe that the board risks some credibility among elected officials and other stakeholders in reversing that course so soon after the decisions were put in place. A couple other things. The petition alleges procedural violations for the rulemaking process. Staff has no reason to believe that the board violated any such rules. But regardless, that appeal is being dealt with by the state's legal counsel and through the Department of Justice. Therefore, I encourage the board to focus on the policy components of the petition and not some of those procedural arguments that we dealt with through a different process. And then lastly, and then I will be done, I promise. The petition alleges that the Marine Board has not pursued other non-regulatory options prior to putting restrictions in place for boaters. This is just flat out not the case. And I'd like to point out some things that we've done as an agency over the years. Through a variety of materials and media, the board has spread educational messages to boaters in conflict areas. In this area specifically, there's been a Be Respectful Boater campaign. There has been a Watch Your Weight campaign in the last decade. And there's also been an extensive signage effort just letting boaters know of boating etiquette. We've also tried to get special emphasis patrols on the lower Willamette River for increased enforcement. Unfortunately, we've had very limited success on that for a number of reasons, but we have tried to go that route. And we've also heard from local law enforcement that say very clear rules are preferable over the sometimes subjective regulations about careless operation or responsibility for one's wake. Basically, the clearer the rules, the easier it is for us to enforce and educate people on those. And then one last point, the Marine Board pursued additional funding for law enforcement through the Waterway Access Program in the initial iteration of the bill that ultimately created the Waterway Access Program. That component of the legislation was removed during the legislative process, as it became clear that it was overly complicating the bill and not a logical first step as we develop our relationship with the non-motorized community. But it was another attempt to address growing concerns with safety and other things on the Willamette River and elsewhere through non-regulatory measures. So to get back to my initial point in closing, with all that being said, staff encourages the board to stand behind the previous actions of this board and to deny the petition to repeal the regulations for the Willamette River. And with that, Chair, I kick it back to you.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you for all of your work that you put into the report in this. I just want to take a moment to thank everyone who commented again. We thank you for sending in your comments and also for those who were part of the public comment period today during our meeting. So, it may not seem that that we hear everything, but we don't comment on those comments during the meeting, and then also we don't have interaction with the public comment that comes into us. But I know for myself and the members of the board that we do read all of those, so including the ones that came in this morning very early. Just would also like to remind the board that we need to focus on the merits of the petition and not particularly the rules. We are not debating the rules at this time. We are actually just debating whether or not to accept this petition for opening rulemaking. With that,
Chair
I
Eiley.
will open it for discussion.
Chair Eiley, this is Board Member Castronovo. So I just wanted to a brief comment on the petition. Going through the letters, obviously it was like a 3-to-1 people that wanted this petition. So with the public comment, it was overwhelming response of people that just thought that as a board, we overreached. As a board, we went too restrictive. And if I look at the upper and how we handled that, now granted, we had Steve Gregg, part of ORSPA, that worked with Matt from Active Water Sports. They finally came together as a partnership to say, hey, how can we come together and give something to everybody, but not, be so restrictive where we're going to shut everybody down or we're going to do this or that. And I thought that's a great example of the rules that we did up there, that you have two groups that came together, even though they had a lot of differences. They came together and said, hey, would this work? Sure. Would this work? Maybe not. Let's try this. And we had to tweak it once, but we have rules that I believe are working in the newer pool because of that cooperation between one group and another group. And when I go through this rule process, I didn't see that partnership. I didn't see that compromise. It was one way or no way. And I think that's why you're seeing the lawsuits, and that's why you're seeing the uproar, and that's why you're seeing this petition, is because it was so restrictive that we didn't even give it a chance to try to let's try this, okay? Like the proposal that I proposed that, from the constituents that said, let's try this. Let's see how this works. It wasn't overly restricted, but yet it was all about safety and concern. and that was the 100% goal of the wake sport community. Yet the paddle groups and some of these others, it was our way or no way. And that's how, I'm just telling you, this is what I'm echoing. This is what I'm hearing from the wake sport community. And I think that is probably the biggest tragedy of this rulemaking process. You know, I don't get into all the legal stuff. I just know that, and I feel that as a board, we did a user group a disservice, a group that has wanted to be involved with the Oregon State Marine Board, who the Oregon State Marine Board reached out early on when I became a board member, say, hey, we've been trying to reach this group. And yet we feel, or they feel, that you turned your back on them. That, you know, so I'm just setting up. That is why you're going to see these petitions, these lawsuits. Because to me, it was an overreach. To me, we didn't compromise. To me, it was one group got favored over another, and that's how I feel, and that's how, as you see with these letters, others have feel. So that's where I'm at on this petition. I believe the petition has merit because of that. I believe that we were all tired. Every one of us. I've been doing this 5 or 6 years. We're all tired of this. But to make a rule just because we're tired of it and we want it to go away, that's not right. And I would love to give it a second chance. I get it. I've been, you know, with the upper. I totally get, you know, when we set rules in place and we all of a sudden want to change it. I get that. But just because we made rules doesn't mean they were right. And as you see with the petitioners and the down, I mean, that's a big area. And these people are upset.
Thank you, Vince. And just a reminder too, that you know, we can't really address the legal portions of this because that's
Correct.
not really what we do.
Yep.
All we can do is focus on the merits of this petition itself and whether or not we want to accept the petition. So that's really what we need to do. Laura?
Yes.
So I appreciate the passion on both sides of the discussion. I too read all of the comments. I did not fully get through the report that was submitted this morning, unfortunately, but I appreciate it being submitted. In looking at the petition, there is a couple things that I noticed that are blatantly either misrepresentations or incorrect. One of which being we did not reach out to Lake Oswego, we did not reach out to Milwaukee. And in fact, we did receive comment letters from both of those cities that kind of said, well, the proposed rules are a good start, but we're not even sure they go far enough. So we did get contact from those cities. We did pay attention. We did act to help them out. I also need to go back to, and I can't remember House bill number, but it was the one that was passed in 2019 that says the Oregon State Marine Board needs to take into consideration Goal 15. Goal 15 is a land use law. It's not an environmental law. It's not what a lot of people think it is. But City of Portland did go through a longer than 2-year process to adopt their Goal 15 plan for the South Reach, which includes much of the area that was under discussion. And in the Planning and Sustainability Commission and in City Council, a lot of discussion went around river recreation because recreation goals are part of that in how people get to the river, get into the river, and get onto the river. And again, there was a lot of discussion by City of Portland about wanting this whole area to be a blatant no wake zone. But they agreed to let the Marine Board, wait and see what the Marine Board did before pursuing something more stringent. So we do have kind of a counterpoint to some of the issues that were raised in the petition that I think are not quite where it is. One other point I want to make is when Member Castronovo presented the alternative to me on the phone the night before the board meeting, I went upstairs and I wrote a list down of all the reasons we were doing this. Different user groups, floating homeowners, concerns raised by cities, concern raised by Zidell about their environmental cap, made this whole list and said, how do these rules help these people? And I went back and I looked at what the alternative proposal is. It does nothing for the area above Waverly, where we have narrow river and we have people, even people in the towed wake sports aficionados saying this area of the river is too narrow to do wake surfing. We have a lot of things in trying to protect vulnerable river users that are not addressed, and then basically that alternative codifies the status quo, which is not what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Craig, member Withy. I looked at all the comments. They are substantially the same comments we received before. And going through them, I don't see anything that's substantially different from when we made the decision in January. Now, we decided as a board, once we make a rule, we need to put it in place for a period of time and allow it to work. I think we established 2 years as a period of time. So I would encourage the board to support that and let these rules play out and let people adjust to the rule and give it time. So going through all the comments, again, I don't see anything substantially different from when we considered a rule back in January. So and a number of comments for and against are basically the same as they were then.
This is Member Moran. Thank you, Member Withy, for that context. I was going to ask about revisiting, what time period would we normally put in place before we revisit something? Is it possible for us to make a note that 2 years from now we want to revisit this issue? Is that something we can put on an agenda so far in advance?
Well, in doing our history, go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, it's technically, you can request that it have follow-up at that time. Yes. Generally, what we have done in the past is we have said that we wanted to give time for these rules to work, for instance, with Newburgh Pool, and that we would not consider any new petitions for a certain period of time. That's what we've done in the past.
Yeah, if I remember right, was it 1 year? Was it 3 year and 5 year or something that on the Newburgh Pool? Do we have that, Josh, or one of staff?
Member Castronova, that is correct. Yeah. And we are statutorily obligated to review our rules over what 1, 3, and 5 year timeline anyway, or at the very least the 5 year. I cannot recall. But I would say to directly answer Member Moran's question, and you as the board can do what you'd like. But there would absolutely be no problem to put a rule review for this or for any other rules we have in place on as an agenda item for future years. Whether it be maybe October of next year and then October of 3 years and 5 years, I think that would be completely reasonable given the scope of this rulemaking, and it might be a prudent step for the board to take regardless of the outcome of this discussion.
Yeah, because again, the number one concern with the wake sports is, of course, safety. And again, having to go downriver to a super fun dumping site isn't really an ideal situation for people with children and stuff. I mean, that's a dirty area. I've been down there. So again, there's a lot of concerns that we never addressed. It's like, yeah, let's put them downriver where it's, it's a really nice, attractive place to surf and play. And nobody even thinks about that, that's a gross area with tugboats and big barges and everything. So, you're out in the middle of a channel and, you got these big boats. So nobody even thought about the safety aspect of what this rule that's currently in effect going to do. So yes, I would like to see a provision that we revisit this next year. I'd like to see something in there that see how it's working. And if we have some safety issues, we need to address those as a board because we are all responsible when we make these rules for anything that happens.
So
anyone
again,
else?
Just looking at the petition itself, and the petition specifically asks to repeal these rules and reopen rulemaking. So that's really what we need to focus on, is the merits of this.
Okay, well, I'd like to make a motion that we repeal these rules and open up rulemaking.
So just to be clear, we are actually ruling on the petition itself. So
correct.
in doing that, you would need to be making a motion to accept the petition.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to accept the petition as written. To repeal the rules and accept this petition. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I had a phone call coming in at the time, so it cut me off. So go ahead.
So we do have a motion to accept the petition as written and open rulemaking to repeal the rules. Is there a second? So there is not a second to the motion at this time. And I just, yeah, Laura?
Well, I was going to make the counter motion that I make a motion that we reject the petition and leave the rules in place.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a second motion on the table here to reject the petition, and we have a second to that one. Are there comments or questions?
I just want to address, do we have a safety plan for downriver where it is now going to be wake sports? Do we have a safety plan, or does the Oregon State Marine Board have something in place for that Superfund dumping site down there? The cleanup?
Well, technically, that's not part of this, Vince, but Josh,
I know.
do you want
I'm just
to
throwing it
address
out there
this?
because out of, yeah.
I don't, Chairly, thank you. I'm not sure how to necessarily address it. I don't, to be honest, Member Castronova, I don't fully understand the question. Are we talking boating safety or?
We are. Yes, we're talking boating
quality?
safety. Since these rules have been enacted, we're talking boating safety now, since that's where these folks, these families are going to have to recreate downriver. So do we have any, I know it has nothing to do with the petition, but I wanted to throw that out there. That is a real concern. And that was probably one of the number one things that these people were talking to me about. And I'm just expressing their frustration and their concerns with safety because of these new rules.
And just so I'm clear, Member Castronova, thank you. Are we talking about safety from other boaters? I mean, congestion related safety, or are you talking specifically to exposure to water quality issues with the site?
Well, water quality issues, safety, everything. I don't know if you've been down there lately, but it's not great.
I certainly can't speak to the water quality issues other than I could get something to the board relatively quickly from one of the more pertinent environmental agencies on any kind of safety concerns as being exposed to that water. I'm not going to speculate on it because I simply don't know.
Yeah. I'm just telling you the concerns before we vote on the concerns. That's the number one concern right now with these folks. And everybody's ignoring that.
So Chair Lee, if I could on that point, I don't know what we would bring back because it would just be a specific point in time. There are environmental agencies that are monitoring water quality and those things. And if there's health advisories, they put those out. And so if there was ever a health advisory water quality problem, that would go out and folks could find it through, and we always propagate those if they're related to boaters. So I guess that would be a better action, is just to commit that if any of the environmental organizations ever put out a health advisory for that water, that we would propagate that as it related to boaters. And in terms of boating safety, we've been working extensively with Multnomah County Sheriff and many other organizations down there in that lower Willamette on boating safety, and Multnomah County Sheriff has been a great partner so far on thinking about those rules and how we're implementing those. And for the record, I have been down there quite a bit. I've boated that area a lot of my life, and there's folks that boat it all the time. So appreciate the concerns, but It's an
Yeah,
area that gets
sure.
voted quite a bit.
So I'd like to make a few comments here regarding the petition. So while I did not vote in favor of these rules originally, I do believe in the process. This was not a process or rulemaking that was undertaken lightly. And I also believe in the process of letting things work and seeing how they do work. So therefore, I mean, I would agree that we would deny the petition at this time. Are there any other questions, discussion? If not, we have a motion on the table and we would vote on that motion at this time.
I would just like to see us make a point to revisit this issue in October of 2022 and see how things are after a full year of implementation.
Member Moran, if I could just get a clarification on that. Would that be just in the past, I think we've couched that as like an update from staff as opposed to, I just want to make sure the expectation of the board's being met. So you would expect us to come back with an update on the rules as opposed to an additional petition or something like that, but more just a general update on how the rules are working, being implemented, and what we're hearing, and any problems?
Yes, please. What was done for the Newburgh pool, which I started my tenure on the board right at the tail end of that. So not entirely sure of the procedural bit that was followed, but yes, would like an update from staff in October of 2022.
I think just really an evaluation of the rules, how they are accepted amongst the boating community, how they're working, you know, reports from agencies that are having to deal with the rules, those kinds of things. And Laura, you've got your hand up.
I'd like to add a little bit to what Member Moran said on that issue. Shortly after I joined the board, we had a very long afternoon meeting down at an ODOT building where we had a lot of people on both sides of the issue up in the Newburgh pool and presenting, you know, law enforcement, residents, boaters, presenting how the rules had been worked. I'd like to see something similar to that. Also, I would like to give staff a little bit of direction, Director Warren and your entire crew. We do need a better way to fund law enforcement, especially in the urban areas. And so really want to encourage staff to work with the cities, you know, if it means working with legislators, to find ways to get more money so that we can get more law enforcement. And maybe it's not actual sworn officers, but it's, I don't know what to call them, reserves or cadets or something, to get more bodies out on the river, not only to enforce, but also just to educate.
Okay, thank you for the additional comment and discussion. At this time, I think we'll go ahead and vote on the motion to deny the petition. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And all those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so the petition to repeal the amendments and possibly open rulemaking has been denied. So Josh, thank you very much for your work on this.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
We are going to move on to item number E, which is the 2023 legislative agenda discussion, which seems rather odd since we are still in the 2021 legislative agenda currently.
Well, welcome to my world. So for those that haven't gone through a legislative cycle yet, it is odd that you start talking about 23 legislative session when 21 session is still going on. But just by way of timeline, at our October board meeting, we'll be bringing any legislative concepts that we as an agency want to put forward in at least a polished enough format that we're okay putting them out publicly. So they don't have to be finished. We still have some good time to edit. We'll be able to take out your feedback and input and come up with final versions. And generally speaking, we have to start submitting our legislative concepts for some of their first reviews usually late October, early November, December, so that the next step in the process is the governor's office can consider agency legislative concepts. So we work for the governor, and so it's always important that the governor have an opportunity to review those concepts and see which ones they support and if there's any financial impacts, what they want to include in their budget. And then as we go forward, we all have some window of time there in 22 to continue to work on those, work with stakeholders, refine. As an agency, we can always pull a legislative concept back, but what we can't do is after our window to submit, we can't introduce legislation. So to make our October board meeting as effective as we can, we just wanted to, remind the board that we'll be having that discussion in October, and it'll be with some tentative language started to be roughed out, so you'll have something to actually read, look at, edit, and modify. But we thought it would be good today to just, we've had some work sessions over the last year, and we thought it would be helpful to make sure there's no sideboards or hot buttons, or if there was something you heard in like the voting safety or things you're hearing about derelict vessels, if there's something that's you want to make sure we include it or make sure we don't. So I'll throw out an example. You know, there's some life jacket exemptions for crew that I think make sense in the context that they were designed, but sometimes get used for situations that I don't think they were intended to be used. So is that a, boy, staff stay away from that area, or boy, you know, if you work with the community, you work with member Jackson, who's really connected to that community, it could be an area we might do some improvement. So if there's things that require fees, my recommendation would be that we stay away from those for now. We just had a fairly substantial fee increase. I think anything fee related, we would want to come from our constituent groups proposing legislation. If for instance, they wanted to look for ways to help expand some of our law enforcement funding. But if that's not a sideboard the board wants to set, then that would be good to know. So there's things like that. It would just be helpful to know what you've heard over the last few months that interests you, doesn't interest you, things that are on your mind, groups you want to make sure we work with. You know, I think that would be helpful. Like on the derelict vessels, I assume, you know, Member Miranda, you would want us to work with the WOO group and the yacht clubs and some of those folks down in that area that have been really involved in that issue to date. But if there's groups that you could think of to tell us to work with, that'd be great as well. So just kind of looking for any things on your mind. I know it's hard when you don't have language in front of you, but just if there's things, groups you want us to talk to, people you want us to talk to, if you're really interested in an area and want to make sure we talk with you before October, this would be a good time to let us know.
So this is Member Withy. Are you asking for this in the meeting here, or do we send you emails in between now and the October meeting?
I think as much as you're willing to share today, just so other members can hear it, would be great. But we'll certainly take emails. I think there's some, you know, for instance, I would expect anything we do on derelict vessels, we would be definitely talking with Member Moran and Member Jackson in the Portland area. But if there's areas, you know, Val, you know, the guides and outfitters, if there's groups, you know, you want us to talk to, you know, this would be a good time to tell us and then let each other hear it, but certainly you could email us as well.
I would just caution, go ahead, Craig.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead, Bill.
I just would caution that we not come up with too many concepts, because, you know, what happens usually is that they dilute the process for a small agency like ourselves. And I think it's important for us to concentrate on a few rather than a many. So, I mean, your list here is good. The boating safety, the abandoned derelict vessels. I know that there are some changes within the guide and charter programs that need to be addressed if the charter program isn't already moving through. But those areas, I think need to be, they're just the regular organizations that need to be contacted and maybe, talk to about those. Craig?
Well, we were talking earlier about facility maintenance and condition of our facilities across the state. I think there needs to be an emphasis on attaining more funding to bring our facilities up where they need to be. And I don't know what groups necessarily we need to be talking to, but there are obviously some facility managers out there that are very well versed in it. And we need help in trying to organize this and doing what we can to improve facilities across the state. Some of these programs or grant funds we consider today are for facilities that are totally dilapidated and unsafe to use. So I would like us to put some emphasis on that and see if we can secure additional funding and really improve facilities around the state.
So member with you on that one, what I would traditionally think is we would reach out to Oregon Recreational Park Association, ORPA, and Steve Jackson, who was on earlier, is a big part of that organization, as are several other members. And just let them know that as a ORPA organization, if there was legislation that they were interested in, that the Marine Board might be interested in either supporting or helping them promote that.
And in the other area, I would like to see promoted is, of course, accessibility for people who are physically challenged and for veterans. So I would like to see those two areas focused on as I've talked about a few times.
What we appreciate though, Craig, is that you don't just talk about them, you are actively involved in helping to promote them. So that's a testament.
Thanks.
But I think Director Warren, that, I know we've had this agenda for a while, but I think that giving us a little bit more food for thought here, I think you'll probably see a few more emails and things coming through with ideas and thoughts, and maybe some discussion at the October meeting that would help to narrow things down a little bit.
That would be good. I think another area that would be really instructive to know where folks are at on, members are at on is, we've gotten some information on the boating safety around. Some states have led with some different life jacket requirements in cold weather, cold weather times of the year. So what interest level in those type of things, I think would be helpful to know. So I think that piece. The other one that, and Charlie, I really appreciate your message there about let's keep our number reasonable. I think the first session I had with the agency, we had, I think 6 bills. It was a lot for our agency. I think Rachel and I, and then Josh at the tail end, just lived at the Capitol that session. Yes. It's a lot for a small agency to take that on. And then I'm going to turn around and instantly violate that, which Josh and I talked last week. We have a really interesting little piece in our statute that lets us help out nonprofit groups, and it was probably written in 1959, so it reads like it was probably the Sea Scout pledge around courage and patriotism and bravery, and it was, really good. Sea Scouts are a great organization. I want to make sure everybody knows that. But we've sometimes had to hold that statute up sideways to help some nonprofit groups that perhaps don't promote courage and bravery, and some of them to help some small nonprofits with kids getting, for instance, waterway access permits or some of those type of things. And so Josh and I talked about it last week. It's one we may work on because we have personal interest in trying to make sure that the statute's modernized to help underserved communities, and in no way take also anything away from the Sea Scout program to where they would clearly still be eligible as well. But just it is, without looking it up, we all assume it was either the Boy Scout Creed or the Sea Scout Creed, or both, written into our statutory language. So.
One thing I'd like to see, it's kind of around the education and PFD thing, is When I'm on the water, people that have obviously bought boats from paddle sports retailers and maybe are either part of OOPS or some other organization or have had some instruction are wearing their life jackets properly. They're, somewhat behaving in appropriate manners. And it really seems to be the people that are getting their boats from Amazon or at Costco or whatever. And somehow making sure that some kind of rack card is on every paddle sport boat, stand-up board, canoe, kayak, whatever that is sold in this state, that reminds people that a life jacket. I see all these things online, a pop-up ad for, hey, get an inflatable SUP and a paddle and the pump, but nothing about PFD. And so to really get that message out there that you're a boat, you need to have a PFD and a whistle. Just so that people understand, this is a situation that you are now getting yourself into.
That is great feedback, and I can think of a few ways we can try to work that into a boating safety type bill and package. And Member Jackson, I know we've talked before and others that is an issue. I think by and large, when I go out, you see the people that do this as their primary recreation generally have the right equipment and are wearing life jackets. And you go out on a hot Saturday where everybody's bought their paddleboard from Costco the night before, and not so much. I think on Memorial Day weekend, I saw a family of 4 on a paddleboard without a single life jacket in the middle of a lake that was deep and cold. So great example of just, and they didn't know better. They weren't obviously trying to put their family at risk. They just didn't understand that they'd bought a boat and put their family on it without a life jacket. So.
I would like to see you guys work with the Oregon Families for Boating, when it comes to the facilities, improving facilities downriver, improving safety. They're concerned about the derelict. So I'd like you guys to reach out again. I mean, right now they feel like they're the redheaded stepchild, like you guys have totally abandoned them. So I would really like to see a group reach out and try to, because they've been very good about compromising and reaching out to others. And so I'd like to see that happen. This is a group of voters that, honestly, they feel like you guys have turned your back on them. And so for what it's worth, I'd like to see that.
That's helpful, Member Castronova. I wasn't aware that they were interested in the derelict vessel issue. And so I'm sure Josh is on the...
They vote in there just like everybody else. So yes, of course they are. That's their waterway too. So maybe you guys connected and actually, you'd probably learn some of these things.
So Colleen, I know that you're just on the phone now. Did you have anything that you wanted to add?
Thank you, but no, I think this list is quite comprehensive. I completely agree with the goal of not overwhelming staff and stretching them too thin. So looking forward to learning more in October.
So Director, does that give you enough of a direction at this point?
It does. I think if you have ideas, please share them, and we'll probably be reaching out with some of you that we know would have specific interest in areas, because October, again, what you would expect is some actual language that looks fairly close to bill language, and plenty of time. We'll be able to edit it at that meeting, but we'll need to come away with October with a pretty good feel for where the board's at on what to request the governor let us move forward with.
Well, and I would encourage pursuing the cold water PFD messaging, maybe in combination with what Laura was talking about, because I think that we are seeing more and more of that recently, especially with the uptick in different types of boating activity. So I'd like to see even reaching out to guides and outfitters with that, because guides and outfitters are reluctant to utilize PFDs themselves.
I'm glad you said that, Chair Early. No, not one of us.
Okay, So I think if we are done with this discussion on the legislative agenda, we have given you plenty of work to bring to us in October, and we will move on then. So we are going to move on to the onboarding guide review, and Director Warren.
Yeah, I think, again, some of the great work that Jennifer Cooper did was put that onboarding guide together, and we'd made a commitment to bring it back once a year, just to make sure it stays updated. So Jennifer's updated that. There was some personnel changes, and those have been put in there. And then just, she's requesting that if you happen to look through there and you want anything additional or see any changes, the plan would be to just bring that, kind of the cycle would be, we'd bring it up at our July, June meeting, and then October every year, get your approval for that year's onboarding guide so that it doesn't go stale and not get updated. So if you have updates to that, you can send those right to Jennifer. And if Jennifer's not looking at me, telling me to say anything else, I can see her over there. So I got a thumbs up. All right. So that's what she needed. So.
I have to say too that, you know, I'm really appreciative of this onboarding guide that Jennifer put together. I went through the entire document again, and, you know, it's a great review. It's a great review for somebody who's even been on the board for 8 years, just to go through and have a reminder of some of these things, some of the protocols, some of the procedures. So, you know, I'm very appreciative of it, and just great work. Again, just great work, Jennifer. Okay, so with that, I think we have concluded with item F. So at this time, we will take a short break, but then we will move to our executive session. And so the Marine Board will meet in executive session to discuss the director's annual review pursuant to ORS 192660, Section 2I. Representatives of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend this executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general nature of the session as previously announced. As a reminder, no decisions will be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will resume our meeting, and if any decisions need to be made at that time, they will be made in open session. So at this time, we will all be calling in. Everyone should have the conference line phone number, and so would assume that most people can call in by about probably about 5 after, if that's long enough. Is that going to be long enough for everybody?
Is it a different number than I'm on? Because I do not have that number.
Okay, I will send it to you, Vince.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will take a recess and resume in executive session in about 5 minutes. We'll just be waiting for Jennifer to get us reactivated, and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, Val, we are ready to go.
Okay. All right. So we have resumed after our executive session. We do not have any issues to address at this time. So we will move on to item H, which is the board chair election and vice chair appointment.
So are we looking
Yep.
for, go ahead.
The first question I have is, since Member Castronovo and Member Withy are shown as having their first term ending at the end of June 2021, is it their intention to remain on the board?
I'm
That's
still
my
thinking
intent.
about it.
My intention
let
to
you
stay
know.
on. Go ahead, Vince.
Yeah, I said, I'm still thinking about it. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, it'd be my intention to stay on. They'll have me.
With the executive appointments being not dealt with until September, it's likely that everybody that is currently on the board would stay on the board at least through that time, at least till the October meeting. So if they decide to stay.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind doing that. I'm sure I will stay. I just yeah, I'll let you know. But I'll be there for the October meeting for sure.
And your intent, Val?
I'm just
Yeah,
I'll just stay as long as they need me to stay. So I do think it's really important to have a coastal representative on the board. And so until they tell me to stop coming, I guess I'll just be here.
So with that, I mean, are you eligible to be chair or not?
I am, but I think that there are probably other people who would like the opportunity.
Are you looking for nominations?
It depends on, I mean, I'm sure that there's other people who would like the opportunity to be the chair. I have enjoyed being the chair. So, and I honestly don't know when they would replace or fill my position. So.
It's going to be hard to fill those shoes. I'll just tell you that right now.
I know, I wear a 10 and a
So.
half. I have really big feet.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to nominate Val again. I think she does an outstanding job, well connected, been around for 8+ years, and what better chair can you ask for?
Well, and I think I don't want to step on anybody's in anybody's toes. I mean, I know that Craig has expressed some interest. I think Laura has some interest. So if both of you would prefer to step forward, then, we could hear from you.
Laura?
I have expressed an interest. I also wear a size 11. So.
Well, I was actually being very, I do too.
Yeah, I'd be interested in fulfilling the role for at least a year. And starting in a non-legislative session is intriguing to me.
Yes, it is a short session next year, which doesn't come with a huge amount of responsibility for whoever is the chair. So, you probably wouldn't have to step forward and do a lot of testifying.
Well, I think the board functions pretty well right now. I think the cohesiveness has been very, very good. And I'd like to see that continue. So that's what I'm looking for. It's just that consistency and the cohesiveness. And I'm fine with Val, you continuing to be chair, or Laura, you're taking the chair role. I know that Val could help mentor whoever steps into that role. And I'd like to see her do that while she's still available.
And I'm happy to do that. So if you feel like you want me to continue for now, and Laura, you be the vice chair and take over at a few of the meetings, I'm happy to do that.
I like that proposal.
I'm fine with that.
I agree with that proposal. Yeah, I think that's a great proposal as far as letting her take over a few times and learning the ropes. Not that she couldn't do it, but yeah.
Do you need a motion? If so, I move that Val remain as our chair and Laura be our vice chair.
I would second that.
Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. You're stuck with me
You're
again.
welcome. Yep. Could be worse things.
Okay, so let's move forward then to item I, which is the board meeting timelines, which is Director Warren, if you are still with us, we have a few minutes before you need to leave.
Yes, Chair Early, one of the things that we implemented in the last year was just making sure that we were making good use of your board time by bringing you things you wanted to talk about. So we've put the timeline in the agenda each time so you can see what staff is planning on bringing back. And you can see that we'll be bringing back legislative concept work, NOAA ADV grants, and a Goal 15 presentation by DLCD. Member Jackson requested that. We thought that was a great idea. And the only reason we weren't able to do it sooner was DLCD didn't have staff that could do it yet. So they thought by October they would. And then would also just put on your radar that there is still a potential that Senate Bill 857 passes. It's scheduled for tomorrow for a work session. And if that passes, we will need a board meeting before October. It would most likely just be a one-issue phone because some of the current rules would need changed, repealed, modified to be consistent with the legislation.
So I see that the October board meeting is scheduled to be in Bend. Is that still the plan?
Chair Early, we remain very hopeful that there will be no reason why we can't do a remote or a in-person meeting. I guess that's a good question is, would the board prefer the first one back in person to be in Salem, or do you want to stick with Bend and have staff plan that way?
It makes no difference to me. Either one is fine.
I'm good with either one.
I'm fine either way.
Whatever's
I'm good
easiest for
too.
staff.
Yep. So I think internally then Larry was maybe just poll staff and financially see which one makes sense.
Chair Early, we'll do that. We'll take a look. It with the restrictions still being in place today, we'll see what makes the most sense in terms of being able to plan that with the most likelihood of pulling it off, and commit to letting the board know within the next 2 weeks what the plan is so that you all can plan as well.
Okay. Well, that sounds good. And the lineup that you have for informational meetings sounds great. So we'll look forward to hearing about those. And then wait and see what happens with 857 and whether or not we need a meeting prior to our board meeting in October. Okay, anything else? Anybody else have any other comments or a business that they need to address? I'd like to thank everybody. You know, these meetings have not been super easy. There's always technological issues. Thankfully, it wasn't me this time. So, and with that, we will adjourn our regular board meeting for June 14th, and we will see you in October.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take
care. Thanks, Val. See ya.
Thank you.